Sorry about that. It was so I had to answer the phone. Okay, so we can start now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I guess like you have some arguments. I guess it's veganism that you wanted to present.
Yeah, I don't have anything against vegan way of life. I think most vegan philosophies are flawed in
Okay.
various ways,
So you,
depending on the particular philosophy.
yeah, no, yeah, not against maybe like vegans in a personal vendetta kind of way, but you have an argument
Yeah, well, I don't have
towards the
any.
consumption of animal products.
Yeah, I think that consumption of animal products is completely amoral. It's not a moral question.
Okay. So yeah. So I saw that you said that yeah that was like the I guess that's like the proposition of the debate. So like when you say amoral, what do you mean by that?
Amoral means that something doesn't have anything to do with morality. It is not a moral question.
Okay. Um, just to clarify, when you say like that something is amoral, if I were to present to you, for instance, the like some sort of like ethical dilemma related to humans, would you say that's also amoral?
Uh, well, to explain, I probably need to give a short rundown on my view on morality. I
Sure.
think uh, I read a bit, so I believe that you are familiar with like theories of morality. Uh, so I will say
Sure.
that normatively, I am a non-cognitivist, and I have only understanding, and I only view morality sociologically, as a sociological phenomenon. As I do
Okay.
not, the word morality, I believe, has a gravitas, and it is used, especially because of this gravitas, and I think it is inappropriate to use it on personal wishes. So, and I believe that the sociological phenomenon of morality exists, and that is what I am most interested in.
Okay. So it's just like for you, morality is just a sociological phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then, but like the so I mean I guess like are you just like saying that you're more or less like a moral nihilist when it comes to like any sort of like question regarding like if something's moral or not?
Uh, if some, well, I believe that things can be in accordance with the sociological phenomenon, and I would, to those situations, I would use the words amoral, moral, and immoral. But to what in the, I don't morality in philosophy changed meaning so many times. So it basically, if you ask me what is the best way to live, I don't have the answer to it.
Yeah. Well, the question isn't necessarily like what's like the best way to live, but like for instance, or like questions of like human morality. Like if I give you some sort of moral dilemma, like of let's say the moral dilemma is to randomly stab a person or not. Do you think that that's like an amoral question?
Well, I believe that humans are included in the moral system, the sociological phenomena, and in that case, I can answer any sort of questions like that, both from how I believe the system of morality would interpret it, and my personal preferences.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like, I guess this seems like I'm not really sure like like what do you mean by personal and personal preferences?
What is my personal view on the situation? What I dislike or like about the situation, and uh, what would I do in hypothetical situation? What I believe that I would do actually. So I'm
So
capable
so
of answering hypotheticals to a high degree.
okay, so is it just like a might makes right type deal? Like,
Um, might makes right entails that there is a right, like something that is right to do, and I don't believe that there is such a thing.
okay. Uh,
I mean, it is
yeah.
obviously
Well, I mean, I think that what might makes right is trying to get at is that like there's like if there was anything that anyone was gonna call like right, it's just simply like that's just we could just proxy that with like might. So like just if you have like some ability to do something, like we'll just define that. We're just like merging prescription and description.
yeah. I'm not a fan of those. That is like it's not gap crossing, but I think that yeah, it is of course true that if you have capability to do more things, you can do more things. That is like trivially true.
Yeah, I guess like so it's just personal preference that stops you from like murdering someone.
Well, yeah, it is both personal preferences and there is also a sociological component to it, right? That I personally choose to consider. But
But if
of
it was
course,
like let's remove the sociological component. Let's say you like stumble across like some cabin in the woods and there's just like a guy living there alone. You think like murder is free game ethically, like if you felt like it.
well, without like the system, I mean, morality wouldn't exist. You will just have like personal, then I'm non-cognitivist in that case. So whatever person wants to do, they are capable of doing, they trivially can do, right? I
Okay,
can tell
so
you my personal feelings on any of those particular things, but that it would be trivial.
okay, yeah. So I guess the question is like, why is your personal preference not include animals?
I believe that it is a mix of like genetically, evolutionarily determined sets of behavior and sociological conditioning also. So it is a mix.
So
The,
you're saying that like it's just like your genetic slash evolutionary makeup makes it such that you are not interested in like
that I don't
that
find
your preferences don't include animals.
that I don't. It means that I don't find killing animals problematic to the same degree that I find killing humans.
Well, I didn't ask to the same degree.
I
I
mean,
asked as
I don't find it problematic like at all, and I find killing humans problematic.
okay, yeah. So it's just like and that's just based on your preferences, which are based on you're saying like there's an evolutionary component.
Yeah, there is a mix of evolutionary component and a sociological component, of course. Like
Okay.
society has influenced me up to this point, right?
Right. I mean, let's just okay. I mean, I feel like almost would like just discard with the like sociological component because that's just like
Okay.
that's just contained within like your preferences and any sociological component would just be like a appeal to tradition, right?
Mm, well, it would be appeal to something that is a force in my life and in your life and in basically most of humans today's life. But yeah, sure, we can ignore it if you want.
Okay, cool. Do you so like so you're saying that there's like so morality has like there's like some sort of evolutionary biological component as to why it developed.
Yes.
Do you believe the same about logic?
Uh, I think logic like problem solving or logic like formal logic.
like formal logic, like what makes an argument valid or invalid?
I think that uh, formal logic was. I don't think that it came from evolutionary. I think it was like math. It came as a tool. It was invented as a tool to to fulfill a certain purpose. While as a problem solving, um it probably developed from other. It wasn't probably specifically selected for, but it is um, side effect of things that were selected for.
But you don't believe that about morality?
But I mean, I believe that we have a moral instinct, so I think we are specifically selected, or were specifically selected for moral instinct.
But you don't think that the cognitive abilities that we're selected for, like in terms of moral instinct, are somehow also selected for in terms of like logical instinct?
Um,
Because
I
oh, sorry, go ahead. You can answer that question. I don't want to like railroad you.
um, I don't. I think that there is this kind. I don't actually know what are you asking me. I don't believe that we were selected to say that P is not is contradictory to not P and something like that. That seems a bit more complicated than can be selected for.
Well, I mean, like you could easily just imagine the selection for, like, for instance, something like repeatedly happening before, like antecedent and consequent events. In fact, like you see that in animals.
Yeah, consequentialism is a thing. That
Well,
that is
okay,
a. I wouldn't say that. Yeah,
sorry, not moral consequentialism.
yeah,
That's not
but
what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about like just the just antecedent causality,
yeah, yeah. In
and,
general,
and
yeah, I
and then
understand.
reasoning from like antecedent causality.
Yeah, I think that that is like, and to the degree that you can do it is basically a side effect of like intelligence and cognitive ability in general.
Well, in fact, I almost so like the thing I want to say is that I almost don't even understand what morality could be if that logical component isn't there. Right? Because like so for instance, you could just imagine that like if you have like some idea of like like if you imagine like a hypothetical syllogism, right? That would be like what you would need to construct in order to say something like, if I do X, it will like hurt this other member of my like society. Like I don't want to hurt the other member. Like if I like hurt the other member of my society, that's going to be like something that is an undesirable state for me. Therefore, doing X is undesirable. Like you would need the logic component in order to construct something more than just these kind of like moral primitives. So
Yeah,
like in order to actually have any sort of like coherent, lucid concept of morality that's not like just like some scattering of like very distant from each other and useless like moral attitudes towards very like specific narrow phenomena, like I don't know that you could even like have morality without logic being included.
yeah, like that degree. But I would say that, as you said, this is desirable, this is undesirable. Usually, when I don't want to, I don't know much about your moral system. Maybe you would, after I finish this sentence, maybe you would like to present it. Maybe it would be helpful for this discussion. But usually, when the people talk about what is moral and what is not moral, they think about what is desirable and not desirable. And yeah, in this case, what is desirable and is not desirable does not like the how we get to the point that we find desirable is a part of logic, but logic does not tell us what is desirable and what is not. It doesn't give us that initial goal.
Sure, yeah. But it is a prerequisite in order to transform whatever that initial goal that you say like comes from morality into a more like robust system that actually includes something useful.
Yeah, and understanding cause and effect is very useful.
Right. So then, like, I don't. So that's why I say when I say that like if you had like saying that morality evolved or like that there's like some possibility that there could exist a being that has like moral knowledge but does not have like logical knowledge. Like I almost like don't even know what that looks like.
Uh, I'm not that familiar with like propositional logic, so I have a like passing knowledge of it. It came up in debate sometimes. I don't really use it, but yeah, understanding cause and effect
Well,
is
I mean,
crucial
in
for
some
most things.
so like we can for instance put people in MRI machines and like we can watch the difference. So like there's like actually a difference in the way that you count objects that are like small in number like 4 versus like the way that you count objects that are like larger than like 7 for instance. And if you put someone in an MRI machine, you start having like count things on the screen. You can actually see different parts of the brain light up and so on. Now there's probably no genetic component for like for instance solving like the convolution to take something from like Laplace space into real space, right? Like that's probably not something that like in the jungle was tremendously useful to us. But you could easily see that that is like an emergence of the sort of like intelligence that would be required to like count things, right?
Yeah, I,
And
I,
I don't think that for instance, like propositional logic, like symbolic logic, like more complicated statements regarding like P and Q, are necessarily much more like are any different in terms of like logic. That like we would still be comfortable in saying that the fundamental thing that is required in order for like this logic to come about, and same with this morality, is that conceptualization of morality that you have for that to come into being. That is like that doesn't seem to me to be these things all seem to be isomorphic to each other. That like there's some evolutionary component that like rose up, and then from that, we've constructed like more and more intelligent statements regarding these things as time has gone on. Correct? Would you agree with that?
well, our statements certainly change. Yeah, I would certainly agree with basically most of what he said up to this point. Yes. That is not.
Yes.
It is not in question that our ability to reason is higher than it was 2 million years ago.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Or even 100 years ago, right? Because we
Uh,
can still
I
argue
wouldn't
about the
say.
world.
I wouldn't say
Well,
a hundred
it
years ago,
depends
but
what you mean by ability. But yeah, okay, I point totally taken. Yeah. Although there's that effect that like IQ tests actually go up every like so many years. They have to readjust the IQ test because like kids just keep scoring higher and higher on
yeah, I
it. So
mean,
like,
it is sort like the difference between race intelligence. It's more about the form of questions than actual intelligence, which is like that can be like applied. It is more like we're getting better and better at taking tests. That is what is
sure, sure.
probably.
Yeah. So I guess then the thing would be like I guess my proposition then would be that if you had some sort of moral statement that included morality, included humans in it. Let's assume for the moment that I was able to show that logical consistency, in order to have logical consistency, morality towards animals would also be entailed. I don't see how you could then contest that by saying anything regarding like the evolution of morality only including humans, because logic also evolved in that same way. And so if the combination of logic and morality together indicates morality towards animals, then I don't see like how you could then continue to say that you only support morality towards humans, assuming that I was able to show that was required for logical consistency,
Yeah,
which I'm
yeah,
totally willing to do.
yeah. I certainly think that we uh, evolutionary benefited greatly from understanding causal and effect, and but I would say that when when I speak about morality, that is why it is a bit hard for me because I trained myself like that. I'm looking at sociological effects, so it would be different. And when you speak about morality, it would be about my preferences. But yeah, if you want to ask me the entity, I have a feeling that this is where this is going. I would be perfectly fine to answer it.
Sorry. So I'm sorry. Say that one more time because I didn't quite catch what it was that you were
Uh,
trying to say.
I said, yeah, as long as you understand that it is the emotions that give us the initial push to seek solutions to a problem, because problems arise from our emotional states. I have no problem with discussing this. And if I have a feeling that there is an entity coming, so go ahead.
Like I actually don't typically do NTT.
Smart.
But so you're not gonna like why. We'll get to that in a second. I so the thing is though that like if I but the I don't know if that necessarily answers the question. So the question is that like because we have your statement is that morality evolved and morality evolved for
Yes.
us to value humans. I'm saying that logic can equally be said to have evolved if we combine this logic and morality, this like total cognition. So cognition evolved. In your case, you say to value humans, and I'm saying that cognition includes more than just what it was that you had included. This evolved cognition also includes logical consistency, right? And so, if it could be shown that logical consistency is required in order to value animals, like the valuing animals was required for this logical consistency. I just don't see what like your argument could be against that on the basis of this like evolved cognition model.
Um, well, I don't think that evolved cognition. I think that we have ability to be cognitive. Uh, I think that is definitely a case that we can have rational thoughts about things, how to get from point A to point B, but that we want to go to point B is an emotional, non-cognitive impulse. So I would actually be pretty. Uh, I would like. This is pretty interesting. I don't think I had this approach taken by a vegan before. So I'm very interested to seeing where it leads.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like actually like I tend to make like pretty unorthodox comments, which like sort of works against me because a lot of times people end up like arguing against a position that's not mine. Like, so,
I will do my best, but and it is very
yeah,
fun because I'm kind of getting bored of vegans.
yeah, no, yeah, no, and I totally understand. So, okay, so, yeah, so I guess like, then one critical component of this like evolved logic would just simply be a rejection of special pleading, and like intuitively we like understand that like special pleading is illogical, um, which is so special pleading being when you have, for instance, some sort of rule, and then you make an exception to that rule without actually like providing any sort of like justification for that like break in symmetry between the things that like in this case we're saying are ethical and unethical. And so yeah, I guess like I would say that like if you simply state that humans as a group have some sort like human animals have some sort of different morality than non-human animals on the basis of like some sort of like cognition that's evolved.
I would say that it's on basis
Then I just
on
yeah.
evolved non-cognition, but okay.
Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Like this, whatever this process you wanna talk about, like this sociological phenomenon. Yeah, I would say like logic is just as easily identifiable as like a component of the sociological phenomenon. So then, yeah, I don't think that like unless you provide like some sort of like symmetry breaker between the things you say are ethical and unethical, then like I don't see how you would be able to like answer any sort of like ethical question with within like the model that you've prescribed without like taking into rights like into account the rights of like non-human animals.
Uh, Maybe it would be beneficial for you to understand what I mean by sociological phenomenon. For me to give you a 2 seconds rundown how I came to this exclusion. So I um, looked at a lot of different cultures, and I noticed that there are certain rules of behavior which are shared amongst basically all. Uh, and I believe that those basic rules come from uh, same source, and I don't believe that it is some prehistoric civilization, because there is it's involved with things which were separated for a very very long time societies, and I think that it came from older uh, evolutionary traits. So uh, and I think that that is the only I gathered these data, and these small sets of quote unquote rules uh, are what can be called morality, and
Yeah,
those
I
are,
think
yeah.
it would seem as though like the model that you're proposing, like at least like the sort of like mental model, like this descriptivist. I guess maybe sociological phenomenon is like not the right. This descriptivist model that you're proposing,
Yes, it is
it would seem like as though under that model, like logical consistency would like supersede even like appeals to tradition, right? Like that's just like part of like the
yeah,
things that
like,
like
oh
we
well,
intuitively understand.
for something to change the model, they would need new data into the model. So that is what would change like the
Well,
conclusion of the model rather than anything
well, it
else.
could also be a discovery on existing data, so it could be
Yeah,
like
yeah.
new kinds of
Basically,
data, but you
new data
you
need to put
so
into the
yeah.
equation.
Yeah. So I guess that would be the function of this special pleading argument, right? So like the idea would be that if you are simply drawing a circle around like species, I mean, I don't see how this isn't simply special pleading on the basis of like that's just like redefining the special pleading. Then that's not
Well,
like
you said that just special pleading to break special pleading, you need a symmetry breaker, and I mean there is a symmetry breaker. It is simply that animals trigger in humans. Sorry, not animals, but other humans trigger moral instinct, and animals don't.
yeah, that's so like that's not a so that's just like a so there's two requirements for special pleading to be satisfied. So you've satisfied the first one, which is that you've identified a trait. The second component though is that it can't just be a redefinition of the special pleading. So that would just be a redefinition. Then you would be at where exactly at the beginning, right? Because then you know intuitively as part of our like model, we logically understand that regardless of like whether or not somebody else has been doing special pleading, like that's not the thing that like actually controls whether or not something's moral. Like if somebody else was doing special pleading, like that doesn't automatically like like grandfather that in and say like oh that's now logically consistent. So no, I would just reject that as like just a redefinition of your special pleading, and I think that you're essentially back at square one because then you would just have to demonstrate that that attitude is not a function of special pleading.
Uh, okay, I don't actually know how to answer this, because well, only thing that I can say with why we have, for instance, special pleading. I don't want to say special pleading. I'm again not that good with logic, but let's say why are we at? I don't think you and I think like humanity generally uh, sexually attracted, and why our species trigger uh, sexual instincts, and it doesn't trigger them like, I don't know, a fish in most people. So I don't see how I don't see how saying that a specific organism triggers an instinct is a special pleading when it is like, I believe, of just fact. It's a data point.
I mean, I don't necessarily understand how that would even do anything for your argument, because like my sexual instincts, like categorically, are not triggered on half of the population of humans.
Yeah, I mean, that is even more special, right?
But that's not. That's just that's a preference regarding like something unrelated. Like I could have preferences that are amoral.
Yeah, I mean, and most, like, I mean, look,
That
all,
doesn't. But that doesn't. I don't think that necessarily demonstrates anything.
maybe I wasn't clear about my understanding of like morality. All like preferences at the beginning are amoral. Only this group of preferences, when constantly, and I think specifically, so not all preferences, but these specific preferences, when they are carried out to the point that they basically create a system of behavior that punishes and rewards, mostly punishes certain behaviors, then I call that system a morality. In this case, so it's not that we. I don't know how to say it, but that is so. Yeah, basically that's it. I don't know
Well,
how to
yeah,
say it better.
and my response to that was that okay, so you have identified some subset, we'll say subset sub H of this set of preferences that we identify as morality, and I'm saying that on the basis of your own model, logical consistency is demanded, and on the basis of this logical consistency, animals have to be included within
Why?
this like. Well, because like if there's no symmetry breaker, then the
But there is a
exclusion.
symmetry breaker, right?
Well, symmetry. Sorry, a symmetry breaker that's not simply a restatement of the special pleading, right? And on the basis of the symmetry breaker, you would then need to identify a symmetry breaker that was not just simply a restatement.
Okay, just for you to illustrate this, to so I understand you better. So, can you point to me a symmetry breaker between a plant and an animal? Because
Yeah, so like you could easily come up with something like such as like for instance the existence of like a limbic system, or like some sort of nociception. Nociception being like the neurological capability of a being to have some sort of like detection of like damage done to themselves. I guess I don't know. Obviously this is a very like comprehensive like field of study that I'm giving a 10-second overview of, but like something along those lines. And that would be an easy symmetry breaker, or like another easy one would be simply like self-defense. So that's like a symmetry breaker that we like understand. But the thing is that like the first criterion would have to be met. So like for instance like self-defense, the first criterion being that the thing that actually separates needs to be actually separated, which is like sort of maybe like.
I mean, self-defense is. What do you mean? Like, that's a man. That's not a trait between an animal and a plant. Both plants and animals try to.
So you're talking about like plants and animals, yeah. So like I would say like a limbic system or like nociception or something along those lines would be like would be plenty enough to like at least like start a conversation off of, right? Like, but we're not even at the conversation starting point. Like we have nothing at the current moment that separates like human and non-human animals.
Yeah, I mean, so basically it is just a specific trait, like biological trait, that differentiates a human, sorry, an animal from a plant, right?
yeah, I would say like,
And don't you think that animals and humans differ? Well, from that humans differentiate from other animals to a sufficient degree that some such a trait can be named?
I'm sorry. Sorry. What's the question exactly? I didn't quite catch that.
Well, you said that there are things that we can point to that animals are different to plants, like biological differences, and there are biological differences between humans and other animals. So there is a symmetry breaker there, right? When you are looking, you can easily distinguish, I hope, between a human and a pig, right? On first
Yeah, yeah,
glance. So there is a symmetry breaker there somewhere.
yeah. But like you would then have to make like what the inference is.
What do you mean by inference?
Like so you would have to so the second test there would have to be some sort of inference there as to like what it was that made something ethical or not ethical, that there's like some rights violation occurring in one and not in the other or
Well,
something
first
along
of
those
all, I don't
lines.
believe they are right. So, uh,
Sorry, by rights I just mean like the statement like by whatever means that you're saying that like something is ethical or unethical, like whatever you're assigning there. I'm just like assigning that as like I'm just tagging the moral patient with like that particular action. Right, so if you say that like murder is unethical, that means that like the subject that we're talking about here has a right against it, like an ethical right. That's all that I mean by that. But I guess like what I was getting at is that there needs to be some sort of like inference, like because of course we could just like identify, like the trait is that they are a human, and like the trait is that this is not a human, like or like that they can interbreed or like whatever, like how or genetic lineage or like I mean, like we could just like restate this a bunch of different ways. Like all of that's just like a restatement of the special pleading. Like there's no like inference there. Like what's the inference to like okay, like so if like human versus non-human, like we have like some rights disparity here, and like we understand that like as a consequence. So like what happens, like if we just like start substituting in synonyms here, like you understand that we're not really like necessarily making progress on the argument, right?
uh, I am. I don't think that we made progress. I don't see. Like I will take a step back, and I will just say, and I will probably repeat it. So
Yeah,
maybe,
let me maybe outline taking a step back, like what it is that I'm actually trying to say here. So
yeah,
the
okay.
charge right now is that your position is logically incoherent. Right? It's
Why?
just internally inconsistent because you believe that morality evolved and that morality like so like this X evolved and X led to the existence of these like things that we're going to call morality, and X evolved and they also developed these. We developed them as a consequence of that. This thing that we call logic. And when we marry the two, right, and we ask for logical consistency regarding the morality that you already accept, like you already accept everything up to this point, right? That like for logical consistency's sake, we can't have special. If we have special pleading, which is what would be required in order to not assign the same rights to animals as we do to humans in the absence of like any sort of symmetry breaker, then we would be in like an internally logically inconsistent system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it doesn't make sense. Again, I am not very good with either language or like uh, calculations of forward prepositional logic. But if there exists a symmetry breaker, and I believe that you will say that there exists a symmetry breaker that, in your case probably, excludes plants from the moral system, uh, there, I believe that that can only be due to the biological differences between plants and animals. And I say that if that is the case, then there is also a biological difference, because there is, between humans and the rest of the animals.
Yeah, sorry. So like when I was like trying to give you like a symmetry breaker necessarily like between like plants and animals, like that was just me like trying to be helpful. That doesn't actually like help your argument at all. So like for instance, if you have a position that's like internally inconsistent, it wouldn't help if you then like pointed to another system and said that like, well, that's other contrary system is also internally inconsistent. Like that just wouldn't then go on to demonstrate that your own position was internally consistent, right? So
Uh,
the charge,
yeah, the
the charge
problem is
is
that I don't see the inconsistency. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know about logic enough to see the
okay.
inconsistency, but I don't see it.
Yeah. So special. So like statement one would be that like special pleading is creating like an exception to a rule without providing a justification.
What
So
rule?
the same.
What is the rule here?
So like in terms of like whatever it is that you believe is the thing that causes us to like not harm humans.
Okay, and I would say that simplistically it would be a moral instinct. Okay, internal
Right.
impulse. Okay.
Yeah. So that rule that that you're applying in order to like not harm humans, there's no reason that it wouldn't apply to animals as well in the absence of some sort of symmetry breaker between those two things.
But they are symmetry breakers, right? Animals look differently and they act differently. Mhm.
Okay, sorry. So a valid symmetry breaker that
What do
isn't
you
just
mean
a
valid?
restatement of this. That isn't just a restatement of the initial special pleading. So that's just a restatement of the special pleading. So it doesn't actually like.
Okay,
That doesn't
so
actually help you.
okay, so
So you.
can you? I don't see how. I
So
mean I understand that you
right.
critique. I don't see uh, how that critique is. Can you just for me to like understand? Can you present your moral system if you have one?
I mean, I'm just like so. Yeah. So like, what I would say is that I mean I'm free to present like a moral system, and that's like totally fine. I'm happy to just take yours and like adopt it more or less
No,
like
no, I'm just
it's like
looking because I still with my best efforts I cannot see a problem in my system. I mean, you say that it is inconsistent because of special pleading, and I don't see that there is a special pleading there.
okay. So in your system, like non-human animals do not have moral consideration.
Yes,
Human animals do not have or do have moral consideration.
yes, simplistically put
Okay,
said.
like like logical consistency is demanded, right?
Okay, and so how is that not consistent? Humans are not the same as animals. I mean, the human is not the same as
And
pigs.
so
Let's say it like that.
so unless you have a valid
What do
justification
you mean
for those
valid?
two things. So like for instance, that would not just be like a restatement of like the initial problem, like that it would that from like this meta ethical system that you had like some sort of like coherent like like a logically coherent position, right?
I mean, the
So
square won't go into the square
the
won't go into the round hole because it is square. I don't see how the
right. So that would be a valid symmetry breaker in the case of
and
like the
this is like a
logically round
valid
holes.
symmetry breaker. That
But
human
like the color,
triggers the
the
human
colors
triggers.
of
Sorry.
the color of the thing would not be like in your example of like the square peg not going into the round hole. That is a valid symmetry breaker because you know we can like reason that the shape of the object is a thing that determines whether or not it will like fit through a particular hole. But color, in most circumstances, like that does not change the shape of the object. Does not. So like a different color round peg would fit in the hole just the same, right? So it doesn't help like in the land of objects of different shapes and different colors, right? color is not a valid justification for why something doesn't fit in that hole, but shape is.
Yeah, and I'm
Right?
saying that
Yeah, yeah.
only humans fit in the hole because hole is human shaped.
Okay, right, but that's just like a restatement of the special pleading.
How is? But yeah, but only circles fits in the circle hole because it is a circle.
Yeah, so my charge would be that the better analogy here is like you saying that it's a red hole, not a circle hole, right?
I
Okay.
strongly disagree with that. I think
Okay.
that
No, of course you do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But go ahead.
I'm.
We should talk about the real thing rather than this like funny analogy. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this funny analogy is more beneficial. I think that we, what we have like mentally constructed as a human, and I'm not talking like human Homo sapiens or whatever. I am perfectly happy to theorize, even though I don't have data on it, that human-like aliens would probably also fit that criteria because simply they are close enough to fit the hole. They are circle, even though they are not maybe the right color. But I think that while humans are circular and they do fit the hole, meaning they do trigger the instinct, animals like uh, non-human animals which don't fit that mental image of a human that we have uh,
Here,
simply
let me
don't
try.
trigger by because they don't fill the hole.
All right, let me try this as well. So, like I'm wondering if you would agree with the fact that, like, for instance, torturing animals fits that instinct rather well.
No, I don't
Because, like,
agree. I think
you don't
that
agree.
uh, I think that torturing animals is also amoral. I think that torturing animals triggers two other instincts which are not part of the moral system, and that is simple aversion to violence, which is different than the true moral instinct, and so-called law of mutual aid, which triggers or compels organisms to help other organisms not necessarily uh, connected to them or the same species, and that can be observed.
I don't know. I'm failing to see how this doesn't. The last thing you said doesn't just immediately slide into veganism.
No, no, more the aversion to violence and law of mutual aid do slide into veganism, but the problem is that law of mutual aid and aversion to violence don't create a system. I don't see a system there. Sorry, law of mutual aid does in fact produce a system, but it is not a universal system. It works based on so-called it works basically on both geographical and emotional proximity. So that is how that system works. Morality is not dependent on geography, so the distance between you and your subject, and
But people are making moral decisions based on
well, I don't know what you mean by moral decisions, but so because you use the word moral and I use the word moral differently, so people make decisions based upon a lot of things, but uh, law of mutual aid is how Peter Singer would probably said circles of moral consideration, even though he doesn't say it like. Though he was right in noticing that people care more about those close to them, and I mean close in philosophical terms, not in not in but not necessarily emotionally or but those who are their immediate minds, let's say, and more often in their minds, they they produce they trigger much more. Basically, only they trigger low mutual aid, so you are much less likely to help. I don't know, a neighbor or your dog than you are a child in Africa, even though a child in Africa might be in greater need.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily like come up with like some
Yes,
system
those
like
two
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
point to
you could easily
veganism.
come up with like some sort of like system where like yeah that's like an integral component for like societal integrity of some type. But I guess like what I am not understanding is like how we are getting from that to like any sort of like I don't understand where the exclusion of like animals comes in. Like okay, like you have like some explanation as to like why some part of this isn't like part of your moral system, but like I don't know, like
I mean, I don't have a moral system. I just have things that I describe. I have
right,
I'm personally uh, governed by emotions that arise and wishes that arise, and I always go with the highest one at any
yeah,
given
but
point
like
of time.
right, but I'm saying that like logic is like equally valid. So like why I guess is like why is like one assumed to be like part of your moral system and not the other.
I don't have a
Like this
moral
whole
system. I already said.
this like set of preferences that like you're expressing.
I mean, yeah, but preferences, all my preference, well, not all, but preferences change situation by situation, moment to moment. But so that is how I'm governed. I'm governed by emotions. Whatever emotion arises at any given time, that is how I will act. Maybe a want is better word than emotion, but it's basically the same.
Yeah, I just fail to see how this isn't just like a redefinition of like your special pleading.
Well, that's how I am. It's not like it's not how I act and moral system are two different things. So at least how I understand moral system, what moral system to be. So it
Yeah.
is a separate thing from me.
Okay. I mean, this is like I don't know if this is making any progress towards like demonstrating that this is like a logically consistent system.
I, as I said, I still don't understand how. I still don't understand where is the problem, and I think that I did demonstrate a symmetry breaker.
Well, you demonstrated that you can name a like that you could just name a trait, but that's just a free definition of special pleading.
Um, I do not see that it is. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, if you are willing to, I'm. This is very interesting, actually. If you are willing to explain it again, why, for instance, a trait A would be and trait B wouldn't be, I'm very interested.
Right, like if we're just like saying if you're saying like I don't know, like if you're just saying like for instance that oh here's a good example. Let me give you an example that's like really silly that maybe you might agree with me, regarding like shapes and colors and stuff. Let's say for instance that you and your friend are walking along the street, right? And you look up and you see this like shiny blue Porsche, and then your friend turns to you and says, "Hey, you and I we have like the same moral system regarding like property rights, except I say that it is ethical specifically to steal specifically blue cars, right? Like this would be an example of like special pleading within the moral system, right? Like imagine like the next thing that comes out of your mouth not being some sort of like request for justification, right? And imagine your friend says, "Well, that's because I decide the morality of which cars to steal based on their color." Right? Like that didn't answer the question. That's just
I'm
like okay, right? Like we still have the same question. Like that doesn't actually make progress towards explaining the origin of that like particular caveat to the rule that we're making these two classes, one being the theft, specifically theft, not vandalization of specifically blue cars, right? And other things for which we might have like property rights. Now, it wouldn't be stupid if, like, for instance, let's say in your country, the only police cars were blue, and that like having a blue car impersonated a police officer. That would be a valid symmetry breaker.
Why? Why would that be a valid symmetry breaker?
Well, because then like the color of your car does influence things that like then have like some sort of impact.
No, wait. No. I disagree. I disagree that whatever the symmetry, whatever the difference between cars, even if it is a blue or if it belongs to the police, it is still a trait of the car, and they are both equal. It is only you who ascribe it different value based upon I don't know what. So
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter if you want to do it on the basis of the car or on the basis of yourself.
no, yeah, but you just wait. If you just said that, wait, let me just if you can correct me, because I'm a student, so maybe I should ask a question and you can, as a teacher, correct me. So, if you say, you said that it is understandable and valid to, in this hypothetical, to break the police car, right? To vandalize or steal or whatever.
I would say that like the police could like impound it, for instance, as a means of maintaining societal order, and that would be a means by which you could like steal a blue car, specifically on the basis of color, and it would open up the conversation as to like why it's ethical. Of course, then it gets into like a more complicated discussion, right? But at least then that is a necessary condition in order to have a proper coherent discussion, that we have some sort of characteristic. So that would be like, for instance, something that starts to open the door towards like a valid justification.
I disagree with you. I think that whatever a person and thinks is important is important. I mean, I don't think that there is a difference between if it's just a blue car or it is only that police drive blue cars. So both of those are basically irrelevant. It is only you who assign value to any given trait, nobody else. So if you assign value to the shape of the object, then it is a shape that is important. And if it is a color that it is important, then it is a color that is important. I don't see how.
I guess I would fail to see how you couldn't then just like use that argument to justify literally anything.
But you can, I mean, justify literally anything, right? And I don't see why, like.
Under your moral system, presumably, that you wouldn't like.
Well, my moral system is descriptive. Like, I did not construct it. I simply describe it.
Sure.
So.
Under your moral system, where you say like you're able to answer questions about like morality as to like what's right and wrong.
No, I cannot answer what is right or wrong. I can only answer what is in accordance with the system or which breaks the system, or what system would seek to suppress.
Use that as a proxy for right and wrong. That's fine. When I say right, I mean in accordance and so on. So like in terms of like your system, like you say that you can like answer questions regarding like the morality of humans, right? And like presumably then you couldn't just go through and apply arbitrary rules and at arbitrary turns.
I mean, what do you mean arbitrary?
Just based on like your wins.
But rules are like based on the wins. The whole system is based on the wins on its participants. Basically, without the whims of the participants, the system wouldn't exist. The system only exists because people tend to have these whims.
So it sounds like then like murder is then in accordance with like your system.
Well, it's not, because most people have a whim against it and to punish those who carry it out. And I don't see necessarily it needs to be most people, but enough to keep the system going.
Yeah, I mean, like, so for instance, like that would just be an argumentum ad populum, and again, like we would be back where we started,
I
where it's
mean,
like, what?
it would be argument against at popular if I say that population is right. I'm just saying that population is. I'm not saying that you need to do anything or anything. I'm not causing this. Okay, I'm just describing what I believe that uh, exists. Same as I would
Well, I mean,
describe
well,
gravity or
that's
something.
fine, right? But like, I guess, I guess it seems like I'm not really sure because it seems like I tried to pin you down on like whether or not like you would be comfortable saying that like you could answer a moral dilemma such that murder would be wrong,
I mean, I can
and
say
in many
that
cases you say
murder.
yes, and then sometimes you say no,
I
not
say
necessarily.
that murder, uh, if discovered by the system would seek to punish the murderer most likely. That is a system. Like, yeah, system is made of the components. Uh, People are those components, and the system is their interlinkedness, and their proclivity to do certain actions. That is the system.
Um, so, I mean, like, because you said that you're perfectly capable of answering like moral questions on the basis of your
I mean,
perspective.
I'm person. I well, ask me a question and I will answer, and then maybe it will be easier. So let's say maybe it would be easier to for you to understand what I say when I say that I can answer questions
Right.
that
So
I usually ask.
on your preferences, murder is wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't like it. Like murder, like definitionally, murder is unlawful or unjust killing, and I would say that that is a killing of quote unquote innocent, of
Yeah.
and of course
Okay.
human. I only
Right. So like
apply
when I
murder
say
to
that,
humans.
yeah. So when I say that like something is like ethically wrong on your system, that like that's like what I intend to mean. That like you know that you answer the ethical question in that way, and so that's just all that I mean. And then so then that's now that we've got that sorted out, going back to it. So then like yeah, what's the valid justification that animals are not included in the system as being ethically wrong?
I mean, what do you mean valid?
Well, because like this ethical system is based on some evolved morality
No, this is no,
model.
no, no. This system is based on behavior of people. I theorize that it is based on evolution, that although that it arises through evolution, but
Okay, okay,
it. I
that's
didn't
fine.
start with.
Whenever yeah, this you know this on this model, you have morality, and on this model, presumably you also have logic that has come about in an isomorphic fashion, and so then on this model, the application of the one to the other would require that you provide a valid justification if you aren't going to apply equal trait adjusted treatment between uh, human and non-human
What do you
animals.
mean? I would apply like trait adjustment. If you trait adjust a human to to an animal or animal to a human, then yeah, of course they will be included in the system because there wouldn't be a difference between them.
I'm sorry. Please say that again.
I mean, maybe I misheard you, but I would certainly say that trade equalization would require either inclusion or exclusion of a being from the system.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like murder is wrong for one and not for the other, and on this system,
I
like
mean,
consistently,
killing
it's
innocent,
required.
killing innocent, uh, so it did not harm you. Uh, Animal is not part of the system, simply same as killing an innocent plant is not part of the system, simply because either of
Okay,
those don't trigger
right.
the
So
system, they trigger the instinct.
Yeah, okay. So again, like identifying plants on like some contrary view, like is not material to like the case. The point isn't about necessarily between plants and animals. The charge here is that there is a claim that you're making, which is that humans are not amoral. Killing humans is not amoral, or is a moral concern. Killing animals is not a moral concern. And by that very system, logical coherence is demanded. Logical coherence requires a valid symmetry breaker, and a valid symmetry breaker has not been provided. So all of those statements can
Oh,
all
okay,
be
okay.
true if you're going to
I think that I
if you're
understand now. So, uh, I think that if you say that if you would not accept that it is simply the case that one triggers the instinct, which is again, which let's say just for the sake of this argument, exists, uh, and that is what prevents us from harming quote unquote innocence. Um and let's say, for the sake of this discussion, that is the case. Uh, let's y- say, sorry, I had a bit of a distraction here. Um, so, it is also the fact, let's say, okay, let's say the fact for this discussion that it is something about the human, some trait, and it is probably uh, both appearance and behavior that triggers that system, right? Sorry, not system, but that instinct, that impulse. I don't
yeah,
see.
the problem is that triggering the impulse is the thing in question here. So you're just like, this is just begging the question.
Yeah, well, I can just say that what is the symmetry breaker between, in this case, but I mean that is like the important thing. It is that it triggers the instinct, right? Same as
Right, but
Ryan things
that's the
going into
question.
Ryan hole.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what's in question here, right? Why does it trigger the instinct? Like this is the thing is that we're like sort
Oh,
of in
why?
this.
Oh, if you ask me why, it's. I mean, there are evolutionary benefits to. Uh,
Or why should it under your system? You're saying that one is moral and one is immoral.
no, no. I
What
mean,
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that like you're just offering me a synonym here.
no. I thought that this can be resolved by explaining why I believe that this instinct has the form that it has. Why does it only fit humans and it doesn't fit animals?
Yeah, I guess what I mean that in that
I can
sense is that
explain why the hole is
right.
round.
Well, sorry. Yeah, let me explain the why question a little more carefully, right? Like why I mean in the sense of like what is the symmetry breaker, and then what happens is that you gave me another symmetry breaker, that you gave me another like thing that which is the thing that triggers the impulse. But what I'm contending is that that's just like a synonymous substitution, right? So then, okay, then the charge is like, how do I know that the thing that triggered the impulse isn't based on special pleading? Like if that's like moral and immoral, like what you're saying is just like a one-to-one substitution. Like it doesn't help advance
I
your case
mean,
anymore for like logical coherence.
okay, let's just for us, just to make this easier for me, can we go back to the shape and the hole? So, are you asking
Sure.
me why the hole is round? Or are you asking me why the uh, only circular, why only the, sorry, let's say, why only, okay, it is circular, so why only the circle goes to the hole?
Yeah, I guess like so on your model, you have animal blocks and you have human blocks, right? And so like on your model, your contention is that those are two different shapes, and on my model, I'm contending that I think that they're the same shape. and I have no justification to believe that they are different shapes, right?
But
So
they
your
are different
contention,
shapes because to testing, one goes through the hole and one doesn't.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, I guess this model is just kind of like, I don't know, this is like not really a good model because this is like a epistemic claim. I would have to like sit down
This
and
is
really
also
think about
epistemic
like,
claim.
yeah, well, like I would have to like sit down and really like think as to like how like all of the parts of like the one analogy plug into the other one. but but the question is just quite simply like my contention would be that like I think that they both go through the same hole, and I think that they are just different colors. And you're contending that one, or I don't know, I guess like one should go through the hole, one shouldn't, because
Yeah,
they're different shapes. And I'm saying they should go through the same hole because they're the same shape, they're just
okay,
different
but
colors.
if
So,
I say that only human form goes through the shape, through the hole, and you say that both go through for the, and we agree that a human shape goes through the hole. For the second one, the burden of proof is on you.
well, the thing is that like, so if the contention is on whether or not it will go through the hole. So if you're saying that like the one does and the one doesn't, that would be on the view that your argument is correct and that there is in fact some symmetry breaker between the two, and therefore one goes to the hole and one doesn't.
Yeah, and
Okay.
basically the
So
only
so
way.
that would be assuming your conclusion,
No,
like
no.
being
I
being a
look.
valid premise.
I say that I tested, and only one goes to the hole, and you said that there is not reason for only one to go to the hole, and I tested it. So you need to provide. It is your burden of proof to prove that the other one doesn't go to the hole. Sorry, that it does
Well,
go to the hole,
yeah,
because I.
well, I guess the question is like, what is going through the whole mean in this case? If you just mean that it's like your
It
current
it,
attitude
it means
towards,
it's not my attitude. It's I like quite seriously approached this topic, and I gathered all the data that was available, and it was a lot of it. So, and none or almost none uh, of the sorry societies that I looked to, cultures, had any specific rules preventing killing of animals, for in short.
sure, yeah, I mean that's just saying that like veganism isn't popular,
Yeah,
which is like that's a trivially true claim.
yeah. It
But
is.
that's not what's under contention here, right? What's under contention here is like your ability under your preferences to answer moral
Oh, under
dilemmas.
my preferences. Oh, so that is different from the system then.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily interested in like, well, I mean, because I would just grant that it's like trivially true that like
Oh,
all
okay, okay.
human
So,
respect animals' rights. Yeah,
okay,
and
so
my contention would be that that is based purely off of special pleading.
great. Well, wait. Now I maybe didn't really hear that last thing, but are we talking about the system or my personal preferences again?
I guess like whichever one you wanted to talk about, but like if you're, I'm just saying that like the killing of animals is being what under whatever like whether you want to talk about it as your system or whether you want to talk about it as somebody else's system or whether you want to talk about it as God's system, if
Well,
that's what
I
you're
mean I don't
interested
have
in.
as again.
Like, but under whatever system you want to talk about, okay, if you're saying that animals are the killing of animals is amoral, the killing of human animals, so non-human animals is amoral, the killing of human animals is a moral question, okay, and we haven't been able to identify any symmetry breaker between the two that is inside the statement of the special
I think.
pleading,
I mean, I
then
think we did.
then
One
it's
fits the
one.
whole. One doesn't. One epistemically fits the whole. One doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that would, but that's just like again, that's just a that's the assumption of the conclusion within your premises. That would just be a circular
I
argument.
don't think I didn't go with any.
Well, no, because the fitting through the hole is the conclusion here, right? So like if you assume that the trait is that one passes the test and the other doesn't pass the test, that's true, but that's trivially true because that's just like begging the question.
I don't agree that it is either trivial or begging the question.
Well, because that would just be saying that like the trait is that I have declared that it is amoral to kill, right? And so like okay,
No, no,
that's what's under contention here.
I didn't declare that it is amoral to kill.
I mean,
I simply said that.
the whole and peg analogy is like it's
I no,
I
I think
totally
it is
don't
very
think.
useful actually. I said that it is under this system, which is I believe epistemically tested. Uh, it is the case that killing animals does not trigger a system, and that is epistemically tested. Uh,
Yeah. I mean, that's just saying that veganism isn't popular. That's trivially true.
yeah, and I mean that is now if we are concluded with the system, then we go back to so system is done. We will no longer talk about the system. It's apparently not interesting. It's not interesting. Uh, so,
But my contention is that that system is logically incoherent, right?
but how? Okay.
Whether that's your system, whether that's how you want to answer like moral dilemmas,
Yeah.
or it's somebody else's system, but who cares? If humans are have moral consideration, the killing of animals does not have moral consideration, and logical consistency is demanded for a system. You know, like which if you want to deny that, then like almost it's impossible to continue the conversation, right? So then, in the absence of a symmetry breaker, then like we can't have that asymmetry between those two groups, and so in the absence of a valid symmetry breaker,
I don't. I mean, again with the word valid, I don't know in this
well,
context what
that
the
isn't just
word.
a circular.
Yeah. Okay.
One
What isn't circular? What?
one necessary condition for it to be valid is that it isn't just a circular redefinition
I mean,
of
but
logical inconsistency.
I
So if
mean,
you're saying like it triggers, well, that's okay, but that's like the thing that's under contention here. So that's just a circular redefinition of like the logical inconsistency.
yeah, but I don't see how that is even the case of how that is even a problem or a critique. I mean, things are how they are because they are how they are.
Yeah, but you're not talking about how things are or
I
aren't.
am
You're talking
talking
about
about how things are.
right. You're talking at the wrong level of abstraction. You're talking about like just the description of like what it is that like people's moral attitudes happen to be.
Yeah, that's what
Like,
I'm talking about.
and my contention is that those moral attitudes happen to be logically inconsistent.
Well, if people are logically inconsistent, then they are logically inconsistent. There is nothing I can do about it.
That's fine, but like then you wouldn't contest the statement that like it's logically inconsistent, or it's like that carnism represents a logically incoherent
Well, if you can,
system.
if you can prove it, I wouldn't. Can you prove it? Can you argue for it that it's inconsistent?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Okay,
it's
give me an
the
argument.
same argument. It's the
No, it's not.
argument given
I
all
mean,
along.
okay, start from the beginning. Prove me that it is inconsistent to be a carnist.
Well, because if one is saying that it's logically that a system that could the carnist system, whether it's yours or whoever else's, is logically inconsistent because under that system, humans have moral consideration and animals do not, and there's no symmetry breaker to justify that asymmetry. Right. So in the absence of a
But there
symmetry
is.
breaker
I
being
mean,
given,
okay, so
sorry, in the absence of a valid symmetry breaker being
okay,
given,
okay,
okay.
so uh, I would just say that I can. If you say that there is no valid symmetry breaker, I would then ask to for you to. I can just say that there is no valid symmetry breaker between a plant and an animal. Is there any?
That would actually not demonstrate anything.
Well, it would demonstrate that veganism is logically inconsistent also.
That doesn't matter.
Well,
That's not
Well, it matters to me. I'm arguing against vegans.
Okay, like so for instance, I might make some argument that like there's no evidence that like leprechauns exist, right? I don't know if you're familiar with like the Irish.
Yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with the
And,
concept of a leprechaun.
right, and then like it wouldn't matter if you could show some like inconsistency or inability for me to explain where rainbows come from. Like that's not evidence for like leprechauns exist. Like showing identifying a problem in a contrary position, like or like showing that some other contrary position is like logically incoherent, like doesn't demonstrate that your own is.
Okay,
So like
so is it even possible to have internally consistent, I f- under your view, and understanding of it, morally consistent, or not just even more, but internally consistent system at all, other than maybe math. I don't know about math to argue if it is consistent or not.
I mean, I guess like the question would be like is that what you're charging? Like, are you just saying that like a logically coherent system is like impossible?
Well, I'm asking the question. Yeah, is a
Um,
logically consistent system possible?
um, well, that would be a null hypothesis, right? So if you have something that could like reject that null hypothesis,
I don't know what
right?
it is. Can you? I know that
So
it is not really fair to ask yes or no questions, but I would prefer a yes or no question simply for simplicity because I don't know what that whatever you said know what that is.
So the answer would be like if you wanted like, is it possible to have a logically coherent moral system? I would say yes, but if you disagree with me, the burden of proof is on you because the disagreement with that to say no, it's like impossible, is an unfalsifiable claim.
Okay, and I I will just ask you, did you ever encounter internally morally sorry internally logically consistent moral system yet?
Um, I guess I don't even know if that's like a possible question for me to answer
I mean,
because I guess I don't know the ins and outs of everybody's like moral system, right? So like somebody could have like come to me with like a moral system, right, and then had like some like rider on the back end of it that has like some bullshit that I just don't know about, you know, and so it would be like impossible then for me to like render the verdict, right, unless I like use somebody's like moral system through and through.
well, whatever I presented certainly seems.
Still, it would seem that that would then just be like that's just leaning back on like the contradiction, like or sorry, that some contrary worldview runs into some
No, I'm
contradiction.
actually very interested in if you say that it is a critique and something to be addressed. I just am interested in how serious that critique is. If that is a common a critique, or is it not common? But if you found something that does not uh, require this critique, and if you did, I would like to study that system and maybe do something with it, adopt it, something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the problem with like offering something like that is that like it just starts to become like by there just starts to become like this logical explosion of like because right now we're discussing like the direct consumption of animal products, which is pretty limited, right? Like this like if you wanted to talk about like the whole like moral system, that could include everything from like politics to like tax fraud to like I mean like it just like starts to include like like you can only I don't know how you would like take a chunk out take a bite out of an apple that big, so I mean right now what's under contention is just that like the direct consumption of animal products
Yeah, let's just say
under the belief that like animal killing is an amoral
yeah. Let's
proposition under some system. I would say that that's like logically inconsistent.
yeah. I still don't see the inconsistency. I still think that
Right. It's
yeah,
asymmetric treatment in the absence of a valid symmetry breaker.
but there is a valid symmetry breaker. One fits the
Well,
hole, one doesn't fit the hole.
yeah, that's just a trivial restatement.
I don't. I mean, that
Because
is.
what's under contention is whether or not it fits the hole. Like, talk about it like in real terms. Like, so you're saying like one triggers the instinct and one doesn't.
Yes.
So then the thing is that so my contention is that the asymmetric treatment is
Demo
you're just
organization.
substituting in the synonym of asymmetric treatment for the
No, no.
triggering of the instinct. Like, okay, then the triggering of the instinct. If it's like based on the like logical coherence of this thing, then like all you're doing is just bringing the problem one step further out.
Yes, but triggering of the system is non-cognitive. It's non-cognitive. If pointing that out helps anything.
It doesn't, because it's just again like a restatement of the special pleading. Like, okay, then your non-cognitivist system is incoherent. Like,
How is it incoherent? Still, I don't.
well, it's a symmetry breaker in the absence of, or an asymmetric treatment in the absence of a symmetry breaker.
But I mean, there is. There is. It's. Can you repeat that again?
It's an asymmetric treatment in the absence of a valid symmetry breaker that isn't just a restatement of the asymmetric treatment. Like, that isn't just a restatement, or like just like a reassertion. Like, like if I just like, so like you could do this epistemically, right? Like, for instance, you could just epistemically say like affirming the consequent is valid. You could just add that as a premise into your argument that affirms the consequent, and now you've turned like an invalid argument into a valid argument again, right? Of course, then that's like the premise that's called into question, right? And then you would just like add another premise that says the previous premise is valid, or it's like, it's like you just like keep on doing that, right? You're just like restating the problem though. You're not actually like making any progress towards like demonstrating that that argument is valid. Like, this is just I don't know if you're familiar with like Zeno and the tortoise, but that's basically the story of Zeno and the tortoise. Is that the conclusion is that like you could do this like ad infinitum of like my invalid argument is valid. Like, you can just restate your argument that way.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean,
So yeah, like
I
restatements of the argument, like, are just like categorically.
yeah, I'm just thinking about what consequences does this have in like, not inconsistency, but uh, so you cannot state that anything is because it is.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't just like if you have like an invalid argument, you
I
can't
mean,
just
you
be
cannot
like,
just say because
all of my premises, therefore all of my conclusions. That doesn't actually make progress.
yeah, I mean, you cannot say plants are green because they are green.
Well, I mean, that would seem to be probably a premise, not a conclusion. But
I didn't come to any conclusion. So the premise is, well, let's not be too judgmental. I'm not really good with setting up formal prepositions, but preposition one, animals don't trigger the instinct. Okay, that is a proposition. That's not a conclusion. Uh, we can talk about if they do or they don't. That is a simple. So they don't trigger the instinct. Trigger the instinct triggers moral judgment. Animals don't trigger moral judgment.
yeah, I mean that's just like a symmetry. That's just like your like Indiana Jonesing in. I don't know if you're familiar with the movie, where there's the treasure on the pedestal and he tries to swap a rock for it, right? Like, you're just doing that swap. You're not actually making progress on the demonstration because the question is like, okay, So the moral judgment is based on special pleading. You say, well, the moral judgment is based on moral instinct. Okay, the moral instinct is based on special pleading. Like we're
I
just
mean,
proceeding with the
everything is
process.
like in that case based on spatial pleading.
I would like categorically disagree. So if you had like a valid symmetry breaker, such as
Okay,
like
so
self
what is a
defense,
valid symmetry
right?
breaker in any case? Give me an example.
Like self defense, like that's like an example of like a valid symmetry breaker that can like
Why is
open
it
the.
valid?
Well, like it contains the necessary components to at least open the conversation as to like
What
what
are the
actually
necessary
is.
components?
So the necessary components would be first that it separates out the things that are moral from immoral,
No, no, no,
and this.
no, no. Wait, you are going into so in any special pleading case, what is uh, it doesn't have to be anything to do with morality. Does special pleading only applies to morality?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just giving an example of like in reference to morality.
Yeah,
So like
give
if you
it
wanted to like
give
talk.
give it as simple as example as you can.
Like in moral terms or in terms of like instinct or
Anything
like
that you
special
want.
pleading.
It's all the same. Moral, immoral, moral or it can do
Yeah,
with
yeah.
morality.
Well,
It
let's
doesn't have to.
yeah.
It's not important.
Yeah. Well, let's do it with the morality, right? So the idea would be that if you have if you have a valid symmetry breaker, it would have to like pass two tests. So the first test would be that it actually needs to break the symmetry between the things that you're trying to break the symmetry against.
Okay, so what breaks the symmetry in any case? Give me a clear example. Like
Oh, so like a clear example would be like self-defense. So that would like pass the first test
why? Why
because
does it take? Okay, cool. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So like for instance, if you wanted to use the self defense against somebody that was like in particular attacking you, that would pass the first test. If you wanted to use it in reference to like somebody like walking down the street, that would not pass the first test because like if that person wasn't attacking you, right? So like it would need to like separate out the things that actually you want to break the symmetry with, which is like. And my second test I would give is just simply that like it can't just be a restatement of like the original thing. You can't just do like a symmetry like a symmetry breaker, synonym swap.
Okay.
Right.
Can I just repeat to see if I understood your example? So uh, you can use self-defense against somebody who attacked you, and not against somebody who didn't attack you, right?
Right. Yeah. So that
And
would be like a
the act of attacking and is the difference between the person that attacked you and not attacked you.
yeah, exactly.
And it is the same in my case. So the difference between uh, the animal and human is that one triggers moral instinct and the one doesn't.
Yeah, so that passes the first test, the moral
Okay.
instinct
So
intent.
first test is done. What is the second test?
Right. So it's trivially easy to construct something that passes the first test. So like
Okay, no
for
problem.
instance,
Okay,
okay,
we
the
pass the
the
first
thing
test.
the trait that I'm looking for is the thing that makes my argument valid, right? Like that passes the first test with flying colors by
Okay.
definition. Right. The second test would be just simply that it's not like a redefinition of special pleading.
Okay. And the first one is not a redefinition of spatial pleading. The self-defense. Why? Why isn't it?
Well, because like I mean, like the literature here on like self defense is extensive. Like I'm not gonna like rehash it all because it's not
I
particularly
mean,
interesting.
do
But
you say that it is? Uh, what do you mean there is literature on it? Do you think that it is epistemically the case, or I don't see uh, in this.
I'm saying like whatever moral system you want to present, wherein humans are the subject of moral concern, like self defense is going to like whatever that system is. Like somebody has discussed self defense within that system. So like I don't care if you want to like approach it from a utilitarian or like
Well, isn't that also just
whatever.
appeal to popularity or whatever, or the authority, or mix thereof?
I mean, I'm just saying that like I'm not necessarily appeal. I'm not saying that it's like valid in particular for that like reason. Like
So
what
you
I'm
gave
just
me a
saying
bad
is that
example.
well, what I'm saying is like that you could just like if you wanted to go and read as to why it's valid, you could. Right. I mean, like people have discussed it. I'm sure at
I
length
mean, I ask for a
on kind
simple.
of
I mean, they discussed it. It doesn't mean that they actually came to any conclusion other than special pleading again. So, what is a symmetry breaker?
okay. I'm sure that like maybe at some point in time somebody has created an argument for. In fact, like I could do it right now. Construct an argument for self-defense that is special pleading. Self-defense is okay because I say it is okay. There we go. Now I've just constructed like that, but that doesn't advance your argument.
Yeah, but I
Just so
mean,
like somebody at one point in time used special pleading
yeah,
for
I mean,
self-defense.
I am just looking uh, for like any example in which any symmetry can be broke, and I'm not getting one. I mean, this didn't. I don't see a difference between your example, which the symmetry isn't there, like which isn't special pleading, and my example and my system. I don't see a difference.
Well, I'm saying like so like for instance like let's say like let me give you a super easy one that like um, legality aside that it's not moral to let blind people drive, right? And like
Okay, why?
well because like you could very easily come up with like some sort of argument, that like vision is required in order like driving requires the detection of objects at a distance. Vision is required for that.
Okay,
And
and
blind people don't have that, and so therefore like they put themselves and other people at some sort of disadvantage
yeah, so
in terms of a well-being, whatever model you wanted to say, like by whatever means you wanted to say
okay,
that like
so
vision was part of the moral system.
so blind people possess a trait, right? And animals possess a trait. The trait is that they are not triggering the system. They are not triggering, sorry, the instinct. So they are not
Yes,
triggering the instinct. That is a trait. To pass the
that's under
test,
contention.
you need to, well, to pass the test, to be morally considerate, uh, you need to trigger the instinct. And I'm saying that animals don't trigger the instinct. Same as blind people. Same as blind people need to see to drive morally, and by
The thing
I
is that that's rooted in whatever the same thing that we're rooting, like our not like our moral claim of
not it isn't,
morally being wrong.
and I think that
Okay, let's say you wanted to say that it was like some sort of well-being claim. Like this is, by the way, this is entirely a sidebar just to like help you out. Like,
yeah, I appreciate it. It is much more interesting than anything else. I think that we could discuss about veganism. Veganism
yeah,
is basically like boring topic.
yeah, but like so for instance, like let's say you wanted to make some sort of utilitarian argument as to why more like killing is morally wrong, right? That in that same grounded in that same meta-ethical structure, we would then come to the conclusion that letting blind people drive is wrong, like morally wrong, because it challenges well-being in that same meta-ethical framework that killing is amoral, right? And so, and in that same meta-ethical framework, we would come to the conclusion that, like, especially if you're in a country that like requires driving, like the United States,
Well,
then
it doesn't. Anything doesn't require anything, but okay. Uh,
okay, sure, yeah, but like that you like want to like maximize like personal freedom or whatever, and that is also grounded in like some knowledge of like well-being, and that's all again like these are all like complicated arguments and so on, and they go on, and you can make them. The point is that you could actually like that's grounded in some sort of like meta-ethical framework. This distinction that you're making, right?
yeah, this argument that I'm presenting doesn't have any meta-ethical claims. It is not even, uh, strictly speaking, it is not a meta-ethical claim. It is not a quote-unquote ethical claim at all. Again, what morality that I describe is a social phenomenon, nothing else.
Yeah. The problem is that we're like equivocating on two things here. So like on the one hand, you wanted to say that it is so like again, I thought that we had dispensed with this notion that like we're just describing that most people aren't vegan because that's just trivially true.
Yeah, but again, we
Like
are just.
I'm interested in that like interpretation of like what a moral system is. What I'm interested in is like under the assumption that you're presenting any sort of like moral framework.
I'm not. Again,
And
I said it
whether
many
it's
times. I don't
derived
have
from
a moral
texts.
framework
Well,
other
I
than
don't know.
this.
I think this conversation's going on, and maybe we're just like forgetting like the lessons we learned from like previous questions. So, because I thought we had already gone over this, that like what I'm talking about specifically was that like for instance like your preferences or like you're talking about like the description, even the things that you're describing the other people's preferences, right? I'm saying that that system is morally incoherent, wherein a
Well, logically
symmetry is
incoherent.
an asymmetry is presented without a valid symmetry breaker. Okay, and I'm giving you like why certain symmetry breakers are valid for like certain things and why they're invalid if they're just like for instance a restatement of the initial problem.
But it's not a
So
restatement of the initial problem.
okay, well, like my contention is that like it's not grounded in like whatever it is that you're grounding your moral system for saying that like that under whatever a set of assumptions you want to say that humans have moral consideration.
Wait. Uh, are we talking about? I know this is problematic. I'm sorry. So are we now in this moment talking about my sociological idea of morality, or are we talking about my preferences, which is like traditional understanding of morality, like
It
philosophical
could be your
one?
preferences, or it could be like the systems that you're sociologically describing.
Yeah, I think
I
that
don't care.
in the
As
case,
long
no,
as
no, I think that
they're logically consistent.
in the case of my sociological, I don't think that there is special pleading there. I think that in that case, the symmetry breaker very specifically exists, and we didn't even discuss my preferences yet.
Yeah, I mean, like I would. The thing is that, like, again, the simple like I think you might be like you're forgetting the second component, which is the fact that the symmetry breaker needs to be a valid one and not just be
Yeah, I
presenting
think
a
that it is
problem.
not a restatement of it. I think that it is a valid one.
Okay, I mean, like if you want to try and draw that inference, but if it's just like a one-to-one swap, then I just fail to see how it's not just a simple restatement.
I don't think it is one-to-one swap.
Okay. I mean, if you did you want to like, so you're just saying like the thing that like triggers the moral instinct.
Uh,
And what I'm saying is that like I'm failing to see how you would then need to like reject the null hypothesis that the so you're trying to reject the null hypothesis that like there's moral consideration by saying it triggers the moral instinct.
I don't know
And
what
in order to
more.
do that,
Look, I don't know what Moral thinks about underdeveloped morality. I don't know who that is. I never looked it up. I never even heard of him or them before.
who who
No,
oh sorry, the null hypothesis would be like a statement that so like it's generally an argument that's like typically used in statistics, but like we could you can just easily adapt it for like any sort of argument. The point is that null hypotheses are statements that you can either reject or you can fail to reject. So like for instance, if you like make some sort of argument that is unfalsifiable, right? Like let's say for instance, like the existence of leprechauns, you can either like or I said the non-existence of leprechauns. You can either reject that or you can demonstrate a rejection of that by demonstrating the existence of leprechauns. The problem is that like you can always create excuses as to why you haven't found any leprechauns or haven't found any evidence that leprechauns don't exist, right? And so then, but that doesn't actually help you like make any progress towards that claim because you can only reject it or fail to reject it. So it's that like the idea here is that like unfalsifiable claims by design can't be falsified. So
wait. You
if
think that my So let's just call my morality sociological phenomenon. You think my sociological phenomenon is non-falsifiable?
I would say like yeah, within whatever system you want to talk about, if you're saying that there's asymmetric treatment in the absence of a symmetry breaker, that asymmetric treatment is justified, that's like a claim that's unfalsifiable by design. You can always just like reassert exceptions to rules without like any justification, right?
I'm
The burden would be on you to demonstrate that that justification exists. And by the way, if you have an argument against that, that's fine. But veganism is the exception.
Why is veganism an exception? I'm very curious now.
What are you asking me then to demonstrate the justification for my exception?
Yes,
Then
I'm very
that's
interested in hearing it.
right. So then that would be a demonstration that like even you implicitly accept that if you create like an exception for a rule, that like the burden of proof is on you in order to justify that
No, no,
exception.
I'm actually very interesting. Uh, I we can go back to mine. I think we picked it enough. I still think that spatial breeding wouldn't apply to me, or what I think that the symmetry breaker does exist. Uh, but I am very interested in for you to talk about veganism for a second because I would really like to know how veganism solved it.
Well, so I just take veganism to be the failure to reject this null hypothesis, but it's just a weird situation that we find ourselves in because typically we give the rejection a name and the failure to reject we don't give it a name. So that's why like I go by the name Anticarnick because carnism is the only thing that really actually exists. And because it's the rejection of the null
Well,
hypothesis.
veganism is also like exists.
Well, sure, but it exists in the same way that atheism exists, or like non-leprechaun
Yeah, but
exists.
I mean, veganism actively states that, for instance, plants don't have moral value.
So that's not part of like what I take to be veganism. Maybe some other vegans say that. This is
So,
not
what
like
is your definition of veganism? I'm very interested.
so my definition of veganism would be the failure to reject the null hypothesis.
In what
And
case?
right, so the null hypothesis would be that a like symmetry breaker exists between human and non-human animals, such that or like it depends on specifically the claim that like the carnist is making because like religion, there's more than one claim for what like God means, and so atheism then is actually like the rejection of a class of claims but like the rejection of the class of claims that offer the direct consumption of animal products is ethical under like some system where things aren't just like trivially considered to be ethical.
Yeah, I. Well,
So
there
that's
would
what I
probably
take
be.
veganism to be. So
There
it's
would.
a failure to reject. It's just it's a weird situation because we've like the real like the more popular label is to say veganism, right? But that's like I to me saying like vegan and non-vegan is like calling someone who believes in God a
Yeah,
non-atheist.
but basically, then you are. I would probably classify you as a moral nihilist. You don't have any knowledge or can't claim to have any knowledge or anything about morality. You
I
don't.
mean, people would say the same thing about atheists that there's some sort of epistemic nihilists, but I don't know. Like that's neither here
Nee,
nor
helemaal
there.
sprawy.
Like either there's like sufficient justification given to like justify the existence of a god, or there isn't. Or like, for instance, there's a valid
Helemaal
symmetry breaker
sprawy
that's
samo, nema
needed
nič puno
for the
pričati.
existence, or for like the asymmetric treatment of animals, or there isn't. And I can't prove that you don't have a valid symmetry breaker except to ask you for one, and for you to like either present something that you think is valid or like to show up empty-handed. Just like I can't prove that God doesn't exist, I just have to ask you for the existence of God, or same with astrology, right? And you just have to like show up with nothing in hand that's like valid. So like you saying that like, oh, I do think I have a symmetry breaker is no different than like a theist saying, well, I do have evidence for God. You just don't accept my evidence. It's like, well, that's because it's not evidence. Like it's not a valid.
I
It's not
mean,
valid
yeah, I mean,
evidence.
yeah. It
So
would always like the validity of evidence depends on the other person accepting it. Uh, I think
right.
that
So I mean, like if like somebody came in with like essentially just like some like substitution, like my contention is that like your like the equivalent of like your proof for the validity of something would be like something along the lines of like this bag of screwdrivers is God. This bag of screwdrivers exists, therefore God exists, right? Like I mean, that doesn't like we're just doing a one-to-one like substitution here, or like I mean we're just like relabeling something. Like that's not we're not actually like making any progress towards like demonstrating the existence of God by like doing that, or like by just saying like the thing that caused the origin of the universe, whatever answer that is,
okay. So
I'm labeling as God.
okay. So what
It's not.
is my burden of proof that I need to satisfy for you to say that yes, this social phenomenon exists and it does not include animals?
I mean, like again, we're back to the equivocation. Like it's not like I'm talking about within like a system that presents animals as amoral and humans as moral in terms of killing
I don't
animals.
mean I don't again I don't know what you mean by moral now.
I mean, like you're saying that like under your personal preferences or your description of other people's personal preferences, under some people's preferences, we construct some system that we're saying is like
I just want to say that I I think that this system exists. I did not construct it, and I don't
okay.
personally construct my. I don't have a quote unquote moral system. I don't have like a list of wishes or preferences or anything like that. I'm
Well,
just
yeah, it
winging
doesn't matter.
it.
Like yeah, however you want to do it, whether you want to do it in like a descriptive or prescriptive fashion or whatever. I'm just saying that like within whatever system, we have asymmetric treatment with no symmetry breaker, and I take veganism to be the like failure to reject this null hypothesis that like no symmetry breaker exists that is valid between the two, and therefore like animal products by like whatever means you want to say is moral in terms of like the killing of animals is also moral in terms of like the consumption of animal products.
Okay, I think I lost you somewhere. Uh, I
It's the same thing I've been saying. So it's like it's just that I just don't think that a symmetry breaker exists, and in the absence of a symmetry breaker, asymmetric treatment is illogical.
yeah, but I don't. I what would mean for something for you? Again, I keep asking for like example of it, and whatever example you give, I think that even my quote unquote system, my this social that I describe, not my personal. I don't have anything personal, no personal systems, but even that, like whatever example you give, mine is analogous to the example. Animals probably.
I mean, yeah, you could. Well, you're just reaffirming like the first thing, which is that like
Još smo
some
desno.
symmetry breaker, valid or
Daj me malo digni.
invalid, exists.
Baka,
And to
još me
you
digni.
could trivially come up with an infinite number of invalid symmetry breakers.
Negdje me desno.
Right. The question is like, does this symmetry breaker actually like?
There.
Is it just a restatement of special pleading, or is it something that
Da,
actually
desno.
like comes from
There.
like from whatever system by which you have determined that like humans are moral,
Yeah, but
like or objects worthy of moral consideration.
yeah, sorry, but again, you can you give me a case? Again, I know that you probably believe that you already did.
I believe that it's okay to murder anybody named Kevin.
Okay, let's say it is okay for murder anybody named Kevin. Okay, and what is the symmetry breaker? The name Kevin, right?
Yeah. So like.
And
Come
okay,
up with a symmetry breaker.
Okay.
That is like.
and what is not okay? And in what case there is? And in this case, if killing Kevin is okay, Uh, what
Well, no.
is
So I would no. So I would say that like that would be another example of like moral special pleading.
okay? So can you give me a case of there is no special pleading? So I need to understand for me to be able to i- argue that mine is not a restatement. I need to find some example which there is no restatement, which so that in which the symmetry breaker is valid and for on both rules.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, like for instance, like a place that you know, for instance, we've discovered through major amounts of bloodshed that you know, symmetry breakers like don't exist is just like in tribalism or racism, right? Like there's no good reason to like.
No, no. I need a
Oh,
case.
but you want the opposite case.
Yeah, I need a case in which symmetry breaker does exist and in which the symmetry breaker is not a restatement. That is what I need.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, anything. Like, you know, I gave you the example of, like, the ones where you would be impersonating a police officer by the color of your car. Like, I give you the
Okay,
example
just
of,
give me
like,
an example,
self
please.
defense, or, like,
Don't say that you will, just give it.
or, like, blind people driving. How about that one? Like,
Okay,
it's like
but
easy.
blind people uh, driving is immoral, let's say. He said the example.
Sure.
Okay?
Whereas
So,
non blind
wait.
people driving
No.
is moral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's say. So, what is the difference? So, what is the symmetry breaker?
So, like, the symmetry breaker in that case would be like their actual ability to operate a motor vehicle.
Okay, so trait is being able to operate the vehicle. If you
Yep.
cannot operate the vehicle, it doesn't matter if you are blind or not, right? It can be for any other reason. So that is the underlying cause, the ability to operate the motor vehicle. If you are unable to operate the motor vehicle, you are immoral to drive, right?
Yes, because you put the well-being of others at risk.
Okay, and now when I say in that same system, all of it, it is immoral to drive in the. Uh, so if I, all I need to do in this case to have again circular spatial pleading is to just say not specifically focus on the blind people, but anybody who is incapable of who possess that trait, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
I am, in my case, specifically going on somebody who possesses a trait. But in that case, it is special pleading because it is circular and it's not circular. So how can it not be circular in yours? In the example, because in the
Well, because it's
example,
based off of like, you know, like if you wanted to present some sort of like meta-ethical system, right? That it's based off of like the actual like well-being, right? So like the decision is like based off of like.
yeah, but even look, even only thing that you need to do in that case is to go one step further and just say uh, uh, reducing the well-being is immoral, and that is again special pleading, right?
Well, no, because like that would be like grounded in like some actual like meta-ethical framework.
But meta-ethical frameworks in themselves have no grounding other than personal preferences, right?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is though that like that's not like logically inconsistent though, because like
Okay,
if you have like because if you have like a
okay.
meta because it's not so the thing is that like it's not if you have like some meta ethical framework that says like we should like maximize like well being, let's say, I don't know, like that's obviously overly simplistic and that's not my view, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it makes
It's
sense because
example.
it's
It's an example.
right. right? Then and then like as the consequences of that, like the maximization of well-being involves as many people driving as possible, but also like those people need to all be operating motor vehicles safely, right, and so on. So then like it's very clear how that cascades down into like blind people not being able to drive, and that's completely morally consistent.
I mean, it's logically consistent, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
like
okay.
that's an
So it's
internal.
logically
It's
consistent.
an internal. Right,
It,
it's
it
an
is in it is an internal rule, right? You shouldn't produce. Uh, you shouldn't produce suffering, right?
yeah.
The suffering is well, it's the same in my case. You shouldn't trigger the instinct.
Yeah, I mean, like that, but the thing is that, like, so, like, let me give you, like, an epistemic equivalent of this, right? Like, let's say we come up with, like, varying epistemologies as to, like, how we come to conclusions about things, right? Like, you could just as easily say, well, my epistemology is that, I have the same standard as you in every single case except for the existence of God. Therefore, like, I don't need to provide a proof of the existence of God or leprechauns or whatever it was you wanted to substitute in here.
Yeah, but in this case, I uh, only thing that I need to do is to prove that animals don't trigger the moral instinct and the existence of moral instinct. So is that the burden of proof that I have to go through?
Well, that would just be demonstrating that like veganism isn't popular. So again, like no, the demonstration that like like the fact that like most
Well,
people
I'm
have like a shitty epistemology regarding like the existence of God doesn't like that's like a trivial but true statement.
okay. So now when we agree that, so
Like I think
does
you're making a continuum fallacy here, right? Like you're just saying like, well, why can't I just like assert this like like much more like complicated like structure
well,
for like some sort of moral primitive that includes all the things that I want to be ethical and all the things that I don't want to be ethical to be unethical. And I would
well,
say that like under your own system that contradicts like the very thing that you're talking about, which is like the description of how like we came to like have like logical logical coherence in the first place. Like like the very system that like you're describing, right? Like it just ends up eating its own tail
yeah.
because you because you're saying that like morality
Wait. We are
right.
jumping a bit. So uh, you say that it is true, but it is trivial to discussion, right? That this system or this phenomenon exists, but it is trivial to the discussion.
Which phenomenon specifically?
This social phenomenon of morality that I'm describing.
Yeah, yeah, that carnism is popular is trivial. Is true and trivial.
I mean, it's trivial to what discussion?
To like I mean, if you just want to say that like you're like if you want to redefine morality as simply some sort of like descriptor to say that like because you're giving again like two you're giving two
Yeah.
things.
I
One
and
is
I'm
the
again.
descriptor and one is the prescriptor.
I don't have a
And you know,
prescriptor.
well, that's what I'm saying. The prescriptor is the thing that I'm calling like your the like the moral system wherein you're able to answer moral questions.
Okay,
Right.
so you think that my system that I'm describing, like this sociological system, exists and it is trivial to the discussion, right?
Yeah, the carnism is popular. That's like yeah, and
Okay,
the fact that like that description
okay.
is fine.
Uh, I think that basically anything other than that is trivial. I'm very interested. How do you define morality? If you are saying I'm redefining it, how do you define it? What is your preferred definition?
I'm not saying that like I mean I'm fine with like using. I'm just talking about within the system that like you're describing. Like if you're describing some sort of like framework wherein you're able to answer ethical questions and you say that like humans are moral and animals are amoral in terms of like the ethical consideration towards their killing.
But what do you mean
I'm
ethical
fine with that.
consideration with one the killing? What I'm saying now is most people don't give a shit if you kill an animal or not.
Sure.
Yeah, and that is what I'm saying when I'm saying killing animals is amoral. I don't. I would like to for you if you
Yeah, that
say
I
that.
mean that's trivial but true.
Yeah, so for me to discuss morality with you, I need to know what is your definition of morality because that is mine. I don't know what is yours, so please define. Give your
Well,
definition of
you
morality.
gave this other definition of like some system wherein you
No,
can
no, I
say
just said that
moral questions.
others, other than this, I personally am governed by my highest preference in any given time.
Yeah, yeah. So like that preference system, like whatever it is that you wanted to
Yeah,
call
yeah.
it,
And
or
do you want me to give you whatever example, whatever? Do you want me to ask any questions about in depth or from there? Because I think that you will find that it is pretty consistent and there are no special pleadings. Well, I'm simply going with the strongest desire that I have at any given time. The only thing that is special about desire is that I hold it at any given time.
yeah, yeah. The problem is that like the location of that
Ne znam,
desire, like
ne
from
znam.
like that moral upbringing that you talk about, like
No,
from
no,
children
I.
to
It
develop.
doesn't have to come from even moral upbringing. There is no moral question to it. To my preferences are not moral questions. My preference at any given time can be to my highest preference can be to take a shit. Taking shit is hardly ever considered a moral question, right? And that is
Sure.
often my highest preference.
Yeah. So I mean, like there could be things that you have that are like amoral. That's not like that's trivially
Okay,
true.
so what things are moral then? If there are some preferences that I have, what is the differentiation with one preference from the other?
I mean, you said that like humans have moral consideration
Yeah,
in
I
their
mean,
system.
they have more consideration of the moral system. But
Right.
in my case, of my personal, so outside of the system, humans are just a trigger for uh, different internal instincts and stimulus. So when I see a human, there is a billion things that my brain fires up, connects, and from all of that exciting mess, a desire emerges, and I go with that desire. So, uh, in my case, uh, there is, I personally, other than humans triggering particular system and the animals don't trigger a system, there is nothing. I don't
Well,
see.
I'm contending that if you're concerned with like logical consistency, then illogical arguments
But
just trigger your system negatively.
I mean, why would I be considered concerned in my system? So it's my personal behavior with
Because you have
logical
that
consistencies.
because you have an asymmetric treatment between two things without like any reason
Well, there are a
for
reason,
the
right?
asymmetric treatment, but that isn't just simply a restatement of like, or just a reassertion that you're behaving like it triggers your logic, your instinct,
Yeah,
which
but
is
that would be
fine.
yeah, but that would be in the case. Wait, but that would be in the case that my actions or the goal that I'm trying to achieve is a cognitive one and it's non-cognitive one. The goal that I have to achieve is the impulse that I'm trying to satisfy is a non-cognitive one. There are
Yeah,
those
I'm saying the
cognitive
other
ways.
impulse you should be trying to satisfy is logical consistency.
I why should I try to satisfy logical consistency. It is impossible for me to do it, not because I'm inconsistent, but because logical consistency doesn't say what I should or should not do.
Well, like if you have like a thing that like like you're taking action on the basis of like the triggering of your instincts, right? And
But
like
there
you
is
said
no
that
other way for me to take an action.
yeah, and so then I'm saying that like if logical consistency should trigger your instincts, then you should also take the same action towards animals as you do humans with regards to their murder.
No. Wait. I shouldn't do. I do. So let's call them instincts, but internal impulses arise, and then they set a goal. It is even to take a shit or to eat something, and maybe my instinct is, or my internal desire that arose from a mixture of social and evolutionary traits is to eat a piece of steak. Okay, let's say I want to eat a piece of steak. Now the rationale comes. Okay, how do I eat a piece of steak? Now, emotions and emotions are triggers for any behavior that is conscious, right? As emotional internal impulses, and in internal impulses there is no consistencies, and because there is nothing before the impulse to be consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I fail to see how this is just anything other than just asserting that like logical inconsistency is fine.
Asserting what? Can you please repeat?
I mean, this is just like isomorphic to just asserting that logical inconsistency is fine.
But there cannot be inconsistencies if there isn't the premises, right? There is just a thing. There is nothing before it and nothing after it. It just is, or nothing that is connected to it.
Yeah, I think that's just like an assertion. Like you're just making.
I mean, it is an assertion. Like we are.
Like you're just relabeling like this thing. Like you're just relabeling these things out of your system, and then just.
No.
Cool
I don't have a system personally. I have this that I'm describing, but it is not. It is separate from me. So personally, I act based upon my internal desires, right? Desires that arose at any given moment, the strongest one, I go with it. Okay? And other than this desire, there is nothing else. So there is no inconsistencies.
Logical consistency should be just as much
But what is the inconsistency?
Well, logic is just as much a part of this desire system.
How? No, it's not.
I made at the beginning.
It's not part of it.
Well, because like this desire system without the existence of logic, like is yeah, I don't even understand what that would even look like.
Okay, can you?
Or you you have to understand logic in order to like you understand that like for instance you're hungry, you have a desire to eat, and like because you have this like causal antecedent like part wired into your brain that like eating a sandwich will satisfy that, but drinking a glass of water won't. That like you understand intuitively.
Yes. But without the internal,
like your logical, like that's just like the way that like.
Yes, and but you are forgetting. Again, yeah, I agree with you, but before consistency, there is an impulse, right? There is so first say I'm thirsty.
I'm saying you have an impulse. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm thirsty, and then I go and I take steps to try and alleviate the thirst, because it is my impulse to alleviate the thirst. That is my highest want at that given time, right? And only after that things arose, the logic can arose. Before, it cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm saying that I act on the highest impulse, and my highest impulse and can be to eat an animal. It can also be to, I don't know, kill a human or whatever. And
Yeah,
I
you're
will.
saying you, but I mean that's what I'm saying. Is that you saying you only act on the highest impulse is like that? I fail to see how that's just like you're just creating this artificial hierarchy and then saying I'm going to ignore half of it,
Well,
and
it's
that's
not
not
a.
working.
It's not an artificial
You're just
hierarchy.
restating a special meeting.
Well, it's not an artificial hierarchy. Uh, I mean, hierarchy exists.
Okay, doesn't matter.
I could.
Okay,
Wait.
so why not?
Let me say. So I can at the same time want to shit and want to get a glass of water. Whatever I want more, I will do. Right? Uh,
Sure, sure.
I mean, logic has at that point has no place. Do you agree? Logic doesn't tell me if I should. What is my higher goal? Either to drink a water or take a shit, right? So only after I decide.
By definition, has to, right? Like if you pass by the bathroom on your way to the sink,
Well, that is so.
or you think like I would rather like if I take a dump and I'm in there for a while because I'm on my phone.
At that point,
you know,
you already.
I'm gonna spend the whole time thirsty, right? So like yeah, of course, like it ends up being a part of your calculus, like even when you make these decisions. So why isn't it a part of like the calculus when you make like your moral decisions regarding like?
But I don't. Again, I'm asking you. I don't separate any. I don't separate my desires into moral ones or immoral ones, other than those that are in accordance with this social system or not. So I'm again asking you, how do you know what preferences you have are moral and what are not? I'm again asking for a demonstration of morality. How?
I mean, I guess like I don't know, like whatever it was you wanted. Like if you want to say like in terms of rights violations, or you want to say in terms of well-being, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you don't have a definition of morality to offer, do you?
Well, that's not what's in contention. Because again, that would like at best you would just be trying to demonstrate that some contrary view.
But I'm just saying that, I mean, you are
So
trying.
that would just be like I'm just saying that's like honestly like a derail of the conversation.
No, I'm.
Because the charge is that carnism is like an incoherent view. So like it wouldn't matter if my view is incoherent because I'm not a carnist. So
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to shift the blame or whatever. I'm just trying to understand what you say, because I personally don't differentiate between my desires in that way. I don't see. I treat them both equally, and I'm judging what is the highest one at any given time.
yeah, but you by definition have to apply morality in order to know that a water.
How can I apply morality when I don't know what it is? At least not. I don't, so I don't apply morality or anything. I don't apply morality. Yeah, I don't apply morality in that case because I don't have a notion of morality other than this societally based one. So I personally don't have a notion of morality. So how can I?
Odd statements. That's all that I really take morality to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I ought to do whatever I most want to do.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess like I mean, but the thing is that like in order to transform those odd statements into anything like that is valuable in any context, you need logic. Logic brings with it logical consistency, and you're back at the same problem here.
Yeah, but
I mean,
since wait,
like,
I am.
First, if I understand correctly, you're saying that like first, you have like this impulse, and then like you go from there on like your desire to act or whatever. But I'm saying that like that like then follow up that subsequence like drags with it logical consistency. So then that's a requirement of your like that should be as much a requirement of your position, and if you choose to ignore it,
Why?
it's logically inconsistent.
I mean, I don't. First of all, I don't see how like logical consistency would even apply because there is. I mean, you didn't demonstrate that I'm logically inconsistent. Of course, I didn't necessarily demonstrate that I'm logically consistent. Uh, but after the desire arose, I try to satisfy to the best of my ability. Of course, using
Yes, exactly.
reasoning.
That part right there.
Yeah, but
Right.
if
So that drags with it all the logical baggage.
yeah, but that
A
package
glass
doesn't
of
tell me
water,
that it is.
a glass of water will satisfy that thirst on the basis of like trial and error. A sandwich probably won't. Taking a dump probably won't. Doing nothing probably won't. Like, and that's basis on the basis of like these antecedent consequent structures that you've constructed, like on the basis of like this logical system that like you've developed in your brain, and like so this very like that part where you skip over you skip over the part that like drags with it all of the baggage that you don't want to like drag with you,
Well,
right?
I
So
was.
all of that logical baggage is dragged in as soon as you start to act on those desires.
Yeah,
So
but I
I'm
don't
saying that
see how is that. I mean, if I want to eat, I mean, it is perfectly, I don't know, logical to eat meat. I don't see what's different.
right, but I'm saying that like the like
I don't see
you know
what is
if you want like a
inconsistent.
symmetry breaker, it's like an easy symmetry breaker would be like, for instance, the things that will and won't satisfy your thirst.
Yeah,
Like you've determined through logic,
yeah, and
right?
it would be like.
So you can
I
like
still, I mean, you said that carnism is like logically consistent,
right.
and I don't see how it is
Because as soon as you go
inconsistent.
to like, because as soon as you go to act on any like impulse that you have, you drag with you the logical consistency that's required in order to have logic.
Okay,
Right? To have action, and that logical consistency requires that if you have asymmetric treatment between two things, that you need a symmetry breaker, right? And so like that's a requirement that like, and if you disagree with me, go edit the rational wiki. Like, you know, I mean, like logical consistency is required to have logic, and so like if you don't, you know, if you then base your moral view on like special pleading, right? Like all you're doing is then taking that logical consistency, pulling the parts out that you like, and then discarding the parts that you don't like, which is itself just another special pleading.
okay, so
And
uh,
back where we started, like, how is this not just another redefinition of special pleading?
so wouldn't it be, let's say I want to eat and I have a piece of meat in the fridge. Fridge is closer than the store. Uh, I want to.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, well, the thing is that, like, you know, in terms of like veganism, it's not necessarily just about like the eating of the meat. Like more so, it's about the creating of the demand. So it would be the purchasing of the meat that
Yeah,
causes the
and when I
motivation.
see, look, and when I see a piece of meat in the store, desire arose that I want to purchase it, right?
Right.
So what is the inconsistency there?
Well, like as soon as like that desire turns into any action, that brings with it logical baggage.
Okay,
And
what is
logical
the logical
baggage
baggage
brings
in that case?
the logical baggage is that they, well, the first and foremost, that like that thing will satisfy that desire, that you have the money to buy it, that you're not like gonna just
Okay, let's say that
go
all of those I have the money and it will satisfy the desire.
right. Yeah, so then as soon as you go to turn like that desire into any sort of action, logic is required.
Okay, and I pick then yeah, and I pick the piece of meat from the store and put it in my cart, and I have the money for it. And I walk to the cashier, I give the money, I go outside, and what is the what is the
Yeah,
logical
because
inconsistency?
well, what I'm saying is that like logic is, you know, like that you read chicken, and I don't know, you sound Polish, so
No, I'm
but
Croatian.
Croatian, okay. My family's from Romania, in fact. Yeah, so like you read, you know, chicken, and then you understand intuitively, even if it's like a cardboard box, like what is held inside of that packaging is the thing. Like, so that's all like logic. That's all like logical baggage that you're bringing with you as soon as you go to turn that desire into
Okay.
action,
I mean,
and
there
you
is
take
logical baggage. I would agree. I don't see how that baggage is inconsistent.
well, like if you were to say that you had like an asymmetric treatment of like regarding like for instance humans, like you don't like for instance like stab someone in the face to grab the last piece of chicken out of their cart, right? Like that is then like an asymmetric treatment wherein you're giving moral value to one thing and not to the other, which is like the moral value to like not kill a
Okay,
human.
okay. Let's say there is also human meat in the store, and there is tofu, and I still take the chicken because it is a chicken that arose the desire to eat it.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is that like as soon as you like go to turn that into action, you're using logic, and
Okay, and
you
I use the same logic. Take the piece of chicken which is in between the human meat and the tofu. I put it in my cart. I go. I pay the cashier. Blah 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 blah.
right.
And I
And
cook
so
it and I eat
would
it.
you would you regard the human meat like purchasing the human meat as unethical?
What do you mean unethical?
Like would that be like a part of, like from within whatever system that you're saying, like where the killing of humans has some moral consideration?
If the higher if the highest desire at that time would be to purchase a meat, I would purchase a meat, of course, human meat. But
Right.
I mean, this is trivially true, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like, but I'm not asking it in like a descriptivist kind of way. I'm saying that like that triggers your instinct
I
against it.
mean, well, I would probably go past it and scoff at it, and I would probably maybe even in that case uh, maybe call the police or whatever in this scenario
Yeah,
would
I
be
mean,
appropriate.
assuming that it was like not
Yeah,
illegal.
yeah. But I say that it is illegal just to for me to have an action to carry out, right? If without an action to carry out, it is a bit of a mute point, right? So let's say there is an action to carry out. What is the difference between that and me wanting to pick up a piece of chicken? It is the same, basically the same process. The question,
That's
the
a smart
visual,
question for you.
well, there isn't any. The desire arises, and the action is taken to try to achieve that desire, right?
Right, but like, what if you see somebody like with the human meat? Let's say it's legal, and you see somebody else pick up a package of the human meat and go to purchase it and walk out of the store.
And let's say that in that case, the highest preference that I have is to pull up a gun and shoot a person. I will pull up the gun and shoot a person. But the process is the same as me buying a piece of chicken. It is desire that arises, right? And then I
Yeah,
take action to see it through,
yeah,
to
yeah.
fulfill
But
my
you're saying
desire.
right, but you're giving moral consideration to it.
No, I'm giving equal. Only thing that I'm giving the consideration is to the wish that is arised. And if it is the strongest one that I have, I will carrying it out. There is no special categorization there. It is simply that if it is my highest desire, I will carry it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like again, this just is like going back to like a descriptivist view of like carnism, therefore carnism. Like
I
the
mean,
self-defense stuff. But my contention is that represents if you have a triggering of the instincts of the human meat and not triggering of the instincts regarding chicken meat or vice versa, like however it is, like whichever instinct you want to say is triggered, right? And you like the actions that you take towards like the behavior of like purchasing the chicken, like believing that that is ethical versus the human meat is unethical, right?
but
If
what
there's some
does
sort
it
of
mean
symmetry
again?
breaker between those two things, like that would represent an asymmetric opinion that is not based on like a valid symmetry breaker.
But you again think that there is any special classification of ethical or anything. I look. I go to, like realistically. I go to the
Well,
store. There
I'm
is a
saying that
billion things there. I don't want to buy billion things. I My will arose to buy certain things. right?
Sure.
And I buy those certain things, right? I don't see what is illogical in that. What is the what is sorry
Yeah, no, like
sorry.
you just I feel like you keep on equivocating between two things. So one is the this descriptivist view of like what happens is by definition the thing that happened, which is like
I
fine.
I think that your critique, sorry to like critique your critique, but I think your critique only works if I have personally uh, a moral system for you to critique some set of rules, and I don't have any set of rules.
Right, but like the problem is that like like in terms of like so that's the thing is like are you presenting like a moral nihilism then?
Well, I don't think that non-cognitivism goes under moral nihilism, but
Right. Well, the thing is that like but like if you don't take the action, like whatever means you want to say, like if you have like some system that involves the taking of action that is like asymmetric between humans and
but
animals.
I don't have a system.
Well, okay, so then if you're like if you don't want to say that that you have a system, then like okay, then I guess that like falls under like moral nihilism, right? Like if
Well,
you
I
like
didn't know
either you
that
do or don't.
non-cognitivism is moral nihilism. I will ask people
No,
about it.
I don't like subscribe. Like I personally am like I would say a non-cognitivist, but like I'm not a moral nihilist. But like I like that's neither here nor there. I'm
I
saying that
mean,
like
if you are not,
whatever position you want to espouse, like either humans do or don't have moral consideration. Like if you want to say that humans don't have moral consideration and that like nothing has moral consideration,
I certainly don't
like
think that humans have an additional step in my decision-making process or my action-making process, better yet, than any other thing.
okay, that's fine. But I mean, like, I'm just saying that like either humans do or don't have moral consideration. So if you want to espouse a system wherein like humans don't have moral consideration, we're talking about nihilism. If you do want to, that like humans or non-human animals, nothing has moral consideration, then like that's a different animal or that's a different beast right now. But
Yeah,
like
but how can
the,
you?
like
Yeah, I think
the
we.
thing that the system we're talking about is one in which like humans do have moral consideration. And I'm saying that like as soon as you go to like turn any triggering of the instincts into action, it involves logic, and then the logic carries with it the baggage of logical consistency, which says that there's no reason to treat non-human animals asymmetrically to the way you treat human animals.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
then,
I mean, I'm
and,
I'm well known that I believe that any like non-descriptive social system, moral system, is like a stupid thing to have, and they don't. None of them work. Uh, but
well, I have different arguments against those, but the thing is that like I thought that you were espousing a system where humans do have moral consideration.
no, I don't think. I think that all of those, every moral system that you construct, uh, will
Yeah,
always
this
have
one.
holes. Will always have holes because you don't. That is not how your actions are carried out and your decisions are made. Your decisions are
Yeah,
made.
I think that's like a continuum fallacy, right? Like I would say that like like you can easily come up with like like moral dilemmas that are like very tiny, like scrutinizing of like is going to a movie theater without paying, is that theft? Is that trespassing? What mental model are we working under? And we could have that debate and so on. I think this one is so blatantly clear and obvious that like I think that it's almost like trivial. Like by comparison, like yes, you could have like I'm saying that that's a continuum fallacy to say that like yes, we do have like some situations that are like critical and nuanced and stuff, and I'm saying that like this is as nuanced as a jackhammer, right?
I mean, I'm not nuanced at all. Uh, I think that. Look, I think that trying to waste effort on constructing a moral system, I personally find that stupid. I know that the word stupid is not like very
No,
fun.
that's fine.
Yeah, but I think that because, first of all, there is no reason for you to act on that system other than you want to. So if you want to act that way, the system is irrelevant. Second of all, you can abandon the system at any given time without any consequences. And I don't see why waste effort on something that is basically useless. Moral system is like not describing what I described, like I described something that is, I believe, true about the world, but listing your preferences and your wants in like hierarchy or whatever, it's stupid. It is a waste of effort because your preferences change all the time. Your situation always is an important factor, and it is meaningless to talk about those systems. I never usually do, like except to
That's fine.
critique
I
them.
mean, that's okay. I mean, I'm just saying that like if you do have like if you have like a moral system and you say that like humans do or don't have moral consideration, like those are two separate arguments, and I feel like we've been kind of equivocating on the two.
Yeah, I think that actually you and I have exactly the same uh, view of most personal. Let's call them personal moral systems. Um,
Yeah, I would
if
agree.
somebody said to me, and I often do also critique vegans, oh sorry, non-vegans. Uh, they say humans are well, and I ask them why. They never know why. Uh, and but I mean that is certainly not the case. I don't make those systems. Like I can say that I have a proclivity to grant more wishes to humans on average probably than I have to humans, and I treat humans usually differently than I think treat animals, and it is simply due to the wish that arises in the moment that I need to take an action or I am required to take an action, whatever. And
Yeah, and I would just say that like as soon as it comes time to take action, like that requires logic,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And as soon
that's
as that
required.
requires,
Yeah,
yeah,
as soon as
then
but before there before there is a need for action, there isn't there is not a need, but for some action to be taken, there needs to be an impulse for an action.
that's
And
fine.
and in that case, for I don't have a system for those impulses, and
That's fine.
I don't try to create a system for those impulses,
Yeah,
and
I
that
mean,
is what
impulses aren't things that are moral or immoral, right?
yeah,
Those are the things that are
and
moral
that
or
is what
immoral.
people try to create systems for the impulse, even though they are unable to control the impulse.
No, I mean, like, I have no, like, you might, like, for instance, like, I actually personally don't really like animals, which is kind of funny. Like, actually, like, I grew up around dogs and stuff, and, like, most dog owners are, like, really shitty. And, like, my next door neighbor has, like, this dog that is, like, a menace. And so, like, what my instinct is, like, I would prefer that dog not exist, right? But, like, that's not something that's just, like, a thought that I have, right? That's just, like, an
Yeah,
impulse, right?
it's not strong enough
Okay.
for it to carry an action.
Right,
Yeah,
but that's
it's
not
not the
that's
strongest
not
action on the it's not the strongest impulse in any given
right.
time.
Right. So the thing is that like the as soon as it comes time to like take action upon my impulses, right? That taking of action, right? That like okay, I want that dog to not exist. I have a knife here. I can like stab that dog to death and it will die. Like right. Like as soon as I start to like do that, the thing is that like in order to act on that impulse, I need logic. Right? In order to turn impulse into action requires the use of logic.
Yeah,
And
I would
logic
definitely agree with that.
and then as soon as we say that like logic is required, right? Logical consistency is also required. Right? And so like for instance, the logical consistency that like a knife will work to stab the dog to death, but like a stick that I find on the ground or a blade of grass will not, because like, and so on.
Well,
And we
yeah,
go from there,
like
right? So that
expectations. Yeah, okay.
sure, yeah, yeah, okay, and that's like logical consistency, right? Within like what it means to like stab something, and then I have some knowledge of like some mental model of how like stabbing works and so on, and we go from there. The thing is that like with all of that also, yeah, with that logical consistency though also comes the idea that like my that I understand intuitively that like there's not any ethical reason by which like I could justify the stabbing of that dog, because I, again, under my moral system, which is the assumption that we're currently making that humans have moral value, that like dogs and humans don't have any valid symmetry breaker between them, such that one would be ethical and the other would be unethical.
Yeah, what
There's
do you
like no
think?
valid reason between the two.
So you think that humans have moral value, like other than
Well,
in
I'm saying that like this is the assumption that we're making. So if you believe that humans do not have moral value and nothing has moral value, we're talking about moral nihilism, and then that's a different beast. So right now I'm talking about a system under which we're going to make the assumption that the thing that we're calling moral value, humans have. Okay.
okay. In my case, I don't hold that position, so there is no reason for me to defend it. Uh, I mean, I think that
Okay.
humans have, so in this system of this sociological system, that they have moral value, but it is not what we are talking about. Uh,
Okay. Okay. All right. So that's fine. That's fine that you if you want to like take that position. That would be that covers that position. Okay. But there's a different class of positions, which is a sort of a third class. So the third class is of so class one carnists, I would say, are people who like, for instance, give certain moral values to certain animals, right? Class two, I would say, are people who give all moral value to humans and none to animals. And I would say class three are like essentially sort of like moral nihilists that would not give moral value to humans, nor would they give them to animals. And then that like in principle is consistent, right? Like that 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 thing is consistent between animals and humans. Yeah, the problem is that like by so this is sort of the argument that I use against, or that like I sort of like intuitively understand um, as being like a problem with that, is that by virtue of the fact that like, so let's assume that like nothing has any moral value to you, like quote unquote, by virtue of the fact that like you want to take a shit and you do, or you want to drink a glass of water and you do, we're in a position that's indistinguishable from one in which you do have morality and you are the sole moral patient of your morality.
patient or agent?
You're both, but but in this case what's important is that you're the sole moral patient of your own morality.
Okay.
And so that we could like label that like whatever, however you want to like construct that, right? We're just going to label that as like, we're going to call this thing morality, and you're the sole moral patient, okay? And the thing is that if we put you in an MRI or we put other people in an MRI, there's no distinction that I can figure. That's like, it's not like as though I put other people like in a brain scan and it's like completely blank, and you're like the only human on planet Earth that has like that like lights up. Okay, so like in the absence of that symmetry breaker, okay, in the absence of anything that distinguishes you from anything, from any other person, then it is logically inconsistent to apply moral values only to yourself and not to other people. And there's one counter argument that I get to this that let me just address right away, which is something along the lines of like, well, everybody has the ability to like I am me, so I concentrate on myself because I am myself. Like other people concentrate on themselves because they are themselves, and so on. And the problem with that argument is that is simply saying that everybody has the opportunity to engage in special pleading, but that's not a defense of special pleading.
Yeah, I mean, the argument that I would say is that, I mean, that propose that morality exists, and there is no reason to think that morality exists.
yeah, the thing is that like it, in a way, it actually doesn't, right? Like you could still be a non-cognitivist and easily accept all of the things I just said. In fact, I'm a non-cognitivist and I accept all the things I just said. So like, it doesn't actually. You don't need like the existence of like an external morality. All I'm doing is simply labeling like whatever it is that is like whenever you act on any
Oh,
sort of
so maybe that is
like.
why. Do you know Mr. Cuddles?
I don't know. I don't know if I know.
Uh, and he was a he dove deep into the. He's much more knowledgeable about philosophy than I. Uh, he created. He's basically concluded that. But he told me that he dropped non-cognitivism and just simply called himself a general non-realist. And maybe that is the case because if that is possible under the non-cognitivism, and I don't know if that is, I will ask him.
Well,
Uh,
I would say that like we could just label like whatever because whenever you have like some behavior, you have like an ought, right? Like I ought to take a dump. I ought to go drink a glass of water.
oh yeah,
Right? So
if you have an impulse, uh,
so like whatever
you
the system of oughts is, like that's just what I'm labeling morality.
yeah, I probably wouldn't label that morality.
Well, I mean that's all morality is. It's just a system of oughts that are transformed by logic into like more useful statements.
Mm, possibly.
And so And so then what happens is that like if you have any sort of system of oughts that are like directed towards yourself, right? Like in terms of the things that you ought to do for yourself, right? Then moral considerations that you give to yourself, that like the behavior that like you exhibit in the absence of any sort of symmetry breaker between you and another person would like then preclude like you assigning yourself moral value and others not.
I mean, do when you say giving yourself more well, does that mean that your odds are to be fulfilled and other people's odds are not to be fulfilled, or you basically don't care if they
So
are
like
fulfilled?
so like you could easily construct like a because there's like other considerations like for instance you know in terms of like maximizing freedom and stuff like in the way in which we actually construct societies and so on, that there's more consideration than just like simply like if you have a shirt on your back and the other person has no shirt on their back, like there's like game theory as part of like that consideration as well. So like if basically like communism doesn't work because of game theory, it's like so on. Like we could go from there. The thing is that like we could then construct like more and more intelligent things to say within like that moral
Well,
system.
I wouldn't call those things to be more intelligent to say. I think that as far and if we
Well,
are
I would
going
agree with you.
away from the impulse, we are treading it at less in more and more shaky ground. So let's keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, I mean that's surely true. So like for instance, like if you have anything that's like inferred from like anything previously, then the thing that you're inferring is like less probable. Like the probability that the thing that the subsequent inference
Yeah, I
is
understand. Yeah,
less.
that's definitely the case.
Yeah, but that's totally fine. I mean, like that doesn't preclude anything that, like I said, because I think these are just like definitional transformations. Like, of course, like yeah, there's some probability that, like, for instance, like you aren't that there is something that's like unique about yourself that like other people like don't have or something. Like perhaps you have like some unique knowledge of like how to advance humanity that ultimately will like save a ton of lives or something along those lines,
Yeah,
right? Then that would be like some sort of symmetry breaker. Then you
but
might like actually be morally compelled to like save yourself over somebody else if like it came, to like a situation where like,
okay,
you know,
but what I'm
there's one escape pod on the spaceship or something,
yeah, yeah.
and you're the only one with the Death Star plans, right? Like, of course, like, and not just out of like purely selfish thing, that would be like a logically justifiable action. So
Uh,
you would have a symmetry breaker.
yeah, but isn't like a symmetry breaker that the action like I first of all I don't see what is the like maybe I'm missing a point, but I don't see what is the point about uh, treating saying like if there is a moral system and I'm only patient of that moral system, when there are other people who have like let's say their wants are exactly the same. Like what are entailment of that? I don't see any entailment.
I mean, I guess like the logical entailment would be that like you have a system of odds that are like, like
Let's say I
for
ought to
other
drink
human
water. Let's say
actions.
let's keep it simple. So let's say I ought to drink water.
Right. Like, and you also like value your own freedom, presumably.
Okay, let's say that at the same time I also value my freedom, which is the ability for me to carry out any action.
Sure. Yeah. And so, like, for instance, like you have the moral, like you are the sole moral patient of like your own actions within like that system.
Okay, and the
So
system
like,
is that my oughts are to be carried out.
right. So then there's no reason why like the same odds wouldn't be applied to like other people for like logical consistency's sake.
Okay, so let's say that they apply to other people, and what should I to do with that?
Okay, well then like the same odds would apply, right? So like other people want to have freedom as well, like have like
I mean,
have freedom.
they all ought to try to carry out any action that they can, right? They do.
Well, I mean like I don't know. I think that might be like an oversimplification of the way in which like I intend like liberty to me. But like for instance, like the right to free speech, for instance, like you value, of course, like your own right to free speech.
Well, a
But
right for speech is simply the right that nobody will like kill you for your speech, but that
but like
is
the right to
you
your
still
own
can
like
say whatever you can say, right? And you ought to say whatever. And when you have a strong enough desire to say something, you will say it regardless of the consequences. If your want is stronger than the fear of the consequence.
right, yeah. So like the thing is that like you are going to use your speech by definition in a way in which you like under a view in which you are the sole moral patient, then like the speech that you use would be like the thing that like in principle, if you're being like logical about things, would like basically maximize your own like the utility that you get by virtue of yourself being the moral patient. However you want to measure that
I
utility.
mean, yeah, everybody's trying to make maximize their own utility.
Right. And so then like the thing is that like there's no reason why that speech shouldn't maximize your own utility and then be to like the detriment of others' utility.
Why?
Well, because like there's no reason that other people shouldn't be like moral patients as well.
But if they are moral patients, the only thing that is moral is to carry out my preferences. So if they do anything against my preferences, they are immoral. Because if I'm the only one under the moral influence, so if no influence, but if I'm the sole judgmenter of moral actions, whatever I want is moral, and what in any conflict that I arise, the other person is incorrect.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm saying that like to have yourself be the only thing with like moral consideration is like logically like that's like logically
But look,
against the
but you
system.
said that morality is what is ought to be done, and what is
Yeah.
ought to be done for me is what I want to do, right? And we said that so I have influences, and my influences ought to be uh, fulfilled. That means when I go outside and I'm still the patient, so it's still my uh, it's still my uh, needs that ought to be fulfilled. right? So
Uh,
everybody else, if they want to go under this system, ought to fulfill my preferences.
right, but I'm saying that like, yeah, I mean the thing is that like there's no symmetry breaker, literally, the in terms of like the symmetry between you and other people,
I
right?
mean,
So
there is. They are. Do. So wait. Do you think that there is no concept of I? Because I met people like that.
no, I'm saying that like there's no
Well, if
like
there is an I, there is things that are not I, right? And there is a symmetry breaker between those.
yeah, but the
And
problem is that like everybody can say that,
yeah, and
right?
everybody does say that.
Sure.
And so there is no like if there is a system of one and it requires two to be a system, one is not a system. Then there is no system.
I mean like the thing is that like the fact that everyone can special plead is not a defense of special pleading.
Uh, well,
That's the
it's
point
not a
of the point
special
that
pleading if the rule is if the rule and let's say the meta-ethical norm is that my wish, so the wish of Conan the Barbarian, ought to be fulfilled. That is
well,
the
I mean I would just take that to be like no different than like the epistemic thing. Like every you know the every claim you know we have like a certain way in which we like come up with like the truth and falsehood of claims you know in some system, and that applies to everybody except for my claims. They're always true. You know,
I
I
mean,
mean
there is
you
no
could say
true
something like
value.
that. And,
I don't think that. Well, in that case, we need to discuss about the truth value of any meta-ethical like rules, and we said that meta-ethical rules don't. It's not what we are looking for. We are looking for internal consistencies, and it is
right.
internally consistent if this is how we the if this is the meta-ethical rule, then it is consistent with
And
itself,
it
right?
only applies to oneself. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, when oneself is the only one under the system.
okay. Well, I mean, like for instance, you know, and then oneself is the only one under the system of like this
Just a
epistemic.
second, I
Like,
need the 5 minutes. It's phone again.
okay.
Hey, Baka, Baka. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Uh,
Yeah, no problem.
what were we talking about? Inconsistencies. Yeah, I
With
mean,
oneself. Yeah. So
yeah,
what I was trying to say actually, yeah. So what I said was that like, and similarly, we construct like an epistemic framework wherein like you apply, wherein everyone applies special rules to oneself. I mean, that doesn't like mean that like we're doing anything coherent here.
yeah, and what that is well, that is the argument. There is no in that case that like that morality doesn't exist. It's not coherent. It doesn't exist. So that
Okay,
argument
no,
is
sorry.
kind of
So
weak.
what I'm saying is that like that to like apply special rules to oneself like on an epistemic level and to just like call that your like meta epistemology. Like that's not that's not somehow a defense of special pleading.
Well,
Say like, well, my claims are somehow epistemically different, and so likewise, like I don't see how that would be like to just like plant a flag in special pleading with regards to your own self. Morally speaking, I don't see how that's like a defense of special pleading.
well, more again, that would say that somebody would have to say that morality as in exists. But if you just say that morality is what ought for you, the list is just a list of oughts, and we agree that you ought to carry out your impulses, your strongest impulse, then because you will carry out your strongest impulse. So that is, I mean, there is no special pleading in any. It's just.
Yeah, the trick is like it happens as soon as you say the carry out part, right? You're glossing over the fact that like in order to do that, right, like we have to like do a set of logical transformations wherein I start to like treat my like make the considerations with regards to my own like moral patienthood, right? So like I have to take a dump, but I'm not gonna do that in my living room, right? Like I want to drink a glass of water, but like I'm not gonna like bend down and drink out of a puddle on the street in front of my house, right? Because like I understand intuitively that there are like other like trade-offs and stuff that myself as a moral patient, like I have to take into consideration when I like do those things.
Yeah, but I would say that you had so you had let's say you want to drink let's say you take a shit. That is the easiest one. So you okay, you have the impulse to take a shit, and you think so you start to think, should I take a shit in my pants? Yeah? I don't want to take shit in my pants. I don't want to wash my pants. That's it. Let's simplify it. So you stand up and you take down your pants. So do I want to take shit on my chair? And no. So that is what that is. Is
A train of logic that you're going through.
no. It's not a train of logic. It is a train of impulses.
Well, like the logic kicks in because like like you said, if you crap in your pants, if you need to, if you want to have pants that are free of crap, that's going to involve washing your pants, right? So like then that's like all part of like a logical train that you're constructing, right? And so then like you sit down and you imagine yourself in the future having to sit there and wash your pants or sit with like crappy pants.
Yeah, but the case is that
those are the two possibilities that you're gonna have, and you don't like either of those possibilities. So by modus tollens, right, then you're not going to do either of those two things, and instead you're gonna like go to the bathroom. Like that's like a logical train that you're constructing, and then as soon as you start invoking that, there's no reason why the logical consistency wouldn't come in. Well, in this case, like if you're alone in your apartment, then there's like not anybody else necessarily to really take into moral consideration. But let's say you had you could take a shit out of off your balcony unless you live in an apartment with like a person below you, right? Like they're gonna get a load of it, right? But like there's no reason that like that their moral consideration should be factored in, just as like for yourself a second ago. And to factor in your own moral considerations in that way, and then not to factor in the other people's moral considerations in that way.
No.
Treat yourself as a moral patient.
Pusti me, dobre.
Is special pleading.
Pusti me, dobre.
You're saying that like your moral patienthood is like it is a thing that is like worthy of moral consideration.
Yeah. The problem is that it doesn't work that necessarily that way. Only thing that matters are your, let's say, preferences. So if you don't want, it is your preference not to dump up shit on somebody else's head. Their preference is only important if it is important to you. Otherwise, it is not important. So it is only actually your preference that is important. You understand what I'm saying? It is still only your.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean that's completely compatible with what I'm saying. So like their moral patienthood should matter to you as much as your moral patienthood matters to you. I mean, perhaps obviously like
Yeah, but look,
consideration of like
moral
things that might.
patienthood uh, would require that would mean that there is a rule for. So if they, that means that before we can discuss if they are the moral, how they would, we would have to say, okay, we agree with that for the purpose of this discussion and now that morality is what all is ought to be done, right? Uh, and in this case, there is in this meta-ethical framework there is only one rule: carry out what you want to carry out, right? And as long as you carry out what you want to carry out, there cannot be any inconsistencies internally, right?
I mean, that's the thing though, is that like by definition, anything that you do is the thing that you want to do. Like unless it was like a thing that was like imposed on you externally.
Yeah,
Like you maybe didn't want to go flying off of a motorcycle, but that might be rapidly imposed
yeah,
upon you.
we are talking about conscious actions, yes.
Right. So like by definition, everything that you want to do is the thing that you want to do. Like that's not incompatible with what I'm saying, and like it's not incompatible with what I'm saying as like a non-cognitivist for sure. Like that's
Yeah,
like
but I don't see how you
the
get
thing is that
from
like
there to
you
anywhere.
because you want yourself to be a moral patient.
I don't want myself to be a moral patient. I mean, I,
Definition you do
I
though.
mean,
Like
yeah,
assuming that you have a desire.
but the rule of morality is to fulfill my wish. That is the rule
Yeah.
of morality.
Yes, yes. So by being a moral agent, like by definition, like as soon as you go to do anything for yourself as a moral patient, that like you're invoking moral patienthood. Like as soon as you like it's inescapable.
Yeah,
Like
that's true. That's true.
and so like there's no reason that like that desire that you have that should translate into your own moral patienthood in the absence of like a symmetry breaker, shouldn't then transform onto your neighbor who lives below you, right? But maybe your neighbor below you really like I don't know, maybe he's like collecting feces for like compost and really needs human feces and wants you to take a dump over the balcony so he can collect it, right? And in that case, like that would be a symmetry breaker, and then that would be a situation where like
Why would that be a symmetry breaker?
well, because then like their moral patienthood would be the thing that like dictates that they do want crap on their balcony,
Yeah,
even
but
if
if
you
I don't
like.
want to give them crap, there is nothing for them to do, right?
Right, yeah. Well, and then like the symmetry breaker could go more like further. We can have like a more intelligent discussion based on like what it means for us to all be in a society together, and like basically our obligations towards one another.
I don't
And
think that
so
there are
like
any obligations.
yeah, the thing is that like by virtue of existing, by virtue of having moral agency, you have obligations and you carry out obligations towards yourself.
Uh, well, if that would be a definition of yeah, you can say that in that case you have a moral obligation to yourself.
Yeah. So like again, as soon as you go to like carry anything out, then what you're saying is that like you have that you have yourself within a status of like moral patienthood. Right. So why isn't anybody else within that status with you? Like what's the
Because I
symmetry?
don't have the obligation to them, right? I only have the obligation to myself. So that is a symmetry breaker.
Right, but like why? We might be saying two things here. I assume one is trivial but true, and one is like non-trivial but false. So like in the trivial but true case, you could be just saying that like the thing that you want to do is the thing that you want to do, and that's trivially true. But the trivially false case would be that like you have a symmetry breaker that exists between like your moral patienthood and somebody else's moral patienthood, that
But
is
we
like
didn't we
based
agree
on your
that
desire,
but didn't
I
we agree
guess.
that I'm the only moral patient?
Well, I'm saying that like what I'm showing is a contradiction within like. So if we assume that you're the only moral patient and that nobody else has moral patienthood, right? And then we also assume that we want logical consistency. As soon as we invoke logical consistency and your own moral patienthood, which is like inescapable, then that translates to other people also having moral patienthood under your logical system.
Why? I don't see why.
Because there's no because you would need a symmetry breaker in order to have asymmetric treatment, and the symmetry breaker can't be simply that like everybody else is allowed to special plead and act irrationally,
Well, it's
because
not.
that's not.
It's. I don't think that. First of all, I don't think that it's irrational. Maybe we don't have the same definition of irrational. Yours is probably more accurate. But if
I just mean in
okay,
a logical
let's
system.
let's just
Yeah, yeah.
uh, do a hypothetical, right? Um, I am the only being in existence,
Okay.
and in that case, of course, I am the only moral agent, moral patient, right?
Yeah.
And there is no special pleading, right?
Yeah, because there's the set of things like that would be the null set
Yeah,
of
and
things
what
that can.
changes if another person comes around? So I am Adam, and what comes around if Eve comes around? What's the difference? What's changed for me?
Right. Like so, assuming that you have like the scientific knowledge that like like
Yeah, I'm all
the
knowing.
second
Yeah,
person.
whatever.
Yeah, that the second person's brain is like largely structured similar to your own, and you have like similar
Yeah, I mean,
desires and like.
look. Even now you said largely similar. I mean, how big
Well,
symmetry
with the
breaker
second person.
does it have to be? It can be one atom.
Well,
It can be
for
one
instance,
electron, and it would be not the same.
yes, the thing is that like the same for like the things that like from which the logical inferences that we draw. So like for instance, one symmetry breaker would be like if it was a child, right? In that case, like the symmetry breaker would be that like their neurological structure is like significantly less
But
formed than
but again,
us as an
look,
adult.
the problem is that what is significant? That is the problematic definition, right?
Oh, it's the
It's
significant is just a function of like what is like the logical like depending on like whatever logical inference you're drawing.
and what is the logical inference, right? Let's say in this
So
case,
so those like logical inferences happen like as soon as you go to translate like your impulses into actions.
okay, and
Right. So like for instance, like as like I said, like the symmetry breaker would be like for instance, like it would just based on like whatever the logical it would depend on like the logical inference you were trying to draw if something was a symmetry breaker or not. So like for instance, like if the person let's say had like very dark skin and you have very light skin and you have like one container of sunscreen, right? Like like you would apply it to yourself first, right? That would not be like a symmetry breaker, or that would be a symmetry breaker. But we could easily imagine a situation wherein like you have.
wait. Would that be a let's say justifiable symmetry breaker or not?
Yeah, because like then you
Why
would
would
just
it
have to.
be? I mean, why would it be justified?
Right, because like for instance, like let's say that person, I don't know, I mean like maybe that's like starting to get too technical. Like if there was like something that actually like modified the inference, such that like so like for instance like yeah like a child, like they just they don't have the ability to like walk like not wander off a cliff like a baby, right, or like into like into like a river, okay, then like that then changes like the calculus of things in the ways in which like so then like for instance like freedom restrictions come into play, right? Like we would take away like the right of free association, like we take away the right of free association of children, right? Like children don't get to like choose their parents in the way that like you get to choose your employer, right? Like and so like we understand like intuitively that like you should be able to like move and do whatever you want like freely about like the country you live in, right? Like, but like that doesn't apply to children because like they're just gonna like wander into traffic. So like so that changes like the moral calculus on the basis of like as soon as you go to like change that turn that impulse into like action, right? Like you start to like think through these like logical things, right? And then you start to like think about the way in which like we start bringing in more people and we construct a society, and like how it is that we actually like construct a society such that like for instance like children are protected from wandering into traffic.
Yeah,
And
but
like
it doesn't tell us that. I mean, I constantly like
yeah,
think
you
that
were
I.
asking like for you were asking for a symmetry breaker. Like
Yeah, I know. I constantly think that when you talk, and that there is some, maybe not you, it's not like an attack or anything, but there is a step missing. You say like we stop kids wandering off the cliff, like yeah, because like we want to stop kids wandering off the cliff. There is maybe I'm just on what you say true but trivial, and I maybe cannot think in a way which is untrue but not trivial, because that is always the question that comes into my mind. So the only reason why I say that I do uh, confine the movement of a child is because I don't want that child to drop off the cliff. It is my want that matters. I don't
Because
think that there is a possibility to. I mean I don't know if that is linked to, but I think that altruism does not exist. It's
yeah,
impossible.
yeah, you're applying moral patienthood then to that person.
I don't think that I'm applying moral patienthood. I'm applying moral patience to myself, because I'm not fulfilling the wish of the child. I'm fulfilling my own wish, because only my wish ought to be like right. It's only my wish that is carried out.
Right, but like if like for instance you know
I mean, there is no conscious action that I can carry out which won't be my wish to carry out, right?
yeah, I think that what you're saying is like again like I think we're on the equivocation between like trivially true and like non-trivially false. Right, like yeah, the thing that you want is your own want, yes. But the thing is that like again to say that like that justifies you applying solely moral patienthood to yourself is like I would say that that's like non-trivially false because you are applying moral patienthood to that like assuming that you did it for like an altruistic reason, like it is possible also that you did it for a selfish reason, like that person is just more useful to you
No,
in the
it
long
is
run.
impossible for me to do it for the altruistic reason. I'm
Okay,
making
yeah,
that
yeah.
claim.
I mean, okay, so like that would be like a different thing. So like, I mean, again, like but we're still in a case that's like essentially indistinguishable from one in which I would just like label whatever it is that you're doing to that person as like applying moral patienthood to that person, assuming that you did it
Не
solely for
está
the reason that like
dobre.
you felt the desire that in some way that like they should have moral consideration in not falling off the cliff, and like not that necessarily they were just more useful to you alive, because it is possible that you could do something that's ostensibly like moral, but just because like that person could like has like some blood and you need to drain their blood later or something. Yeah, like
But I don't see a difference. The thought process, the trade of logic, however you want to call it, is there is a kid running towards the cliff. The kids usually don't see the cliff or whatever, doesn't matter in this hypothetical. Uh, Kids usually, when they run to a cliff, usually drop off the cliff. I was okay. Now I have that information. That is so no like desire arise. It is just the observation. Um, and then I don't want that kid to fall off. Now, why don't want that kid to fall off is really not important to anybody, neither to me or to the kid at that point, right? It's simply that I want that kid not to fall off strongly enough to get my ass up and go catch the kid, right?
Well, I mean, like that would not be then applying like moral patienthood to that. That would
Yeah,
be
I
like
mean,
a reason. Well, like so for instance, I mean, like it's no different than like I don't know, like if you could imagine like killing, like for instance, like buying a box of chicken to eat, or buying a box of chicken because like somehow within like that box of chicken, you know that like I don't know if you buy a box of chicken, just imagine like some scenario that like some terrorist has held some people hostage and is going to execute them unless you buy a box of chicken. Right? Those two actions have two completely different moral considerations because they're like two completely different scenarios. Right? Like
well,
one, like
they don't to the chicken that I'm buying. It doesn't care why I bought it. It's simply or to the seller of the chicken. I
yeah,
bought the
yeah, but
chicken. I gave money for the chicken, and I'm gone.
right. But the moral patienthood differs between the like in the first situation, right? Like the moral patienthood is just simply like that you're applying a moral patienthood to yourself, as opposed
I
to
don't.
like
I don't
the
think that. I don't think that this. Uh, I don't know. This is the first time I was introduced to the like moral system with one agent and one patient, and that agent is same as one as the patient. And I don't think that it like works. And basically, it turns into. I don't see how you go from there to anything else. I don't see that. I see that ought that you ought to carry out. I mean, I see the ought. I see that biological impulses create action. I see that, but I don't see any other oughts. I don't see why you ought to do anything, let alone consider others as moral patients, or even yourself. I mean, even if you are a moral patient, I mean it is at that point trivial. It is unimportant to anything. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how that counters anything that I've said.
I don't know even, but well, maybe because I'm looking for it. How could that even possibly bring to like veganism? Because after all, that's like the overarching probably topic. But I don't see. Uh, I mean, it can be true or trivial or untrivial. I don't see why is it untrivial. False, but untrivial. I don't see untrivial to what.
So like for instance, like if you're talking about like so like the claim specifically that I was saying was like on that like the deepity equivocation problem, which is that like trivial but true or non-trivial but false. If I recall the conversation correctly, because we've shown through a few things, was that.
Don't worry, I'm recording. We will both have a chance to rewatch this.
Yeah, as am I. But yeah, like so specifically, it was like, if you are in if you're doing something that like you desire, like you're doing the thing that like you want to do at any moment in time because like you want to do that thing, like unless it's like if you're making a decision, like every decision you make is the decision that you wanted to make. That's trivially true, but like the non-trivial but false part was that like you wanted to have a situation where you are like you're applying moral patienthood to only yourself, and you're assigning yourself moral patienthood in terms of like ethical consideration. And so then like what my contention would be is that like unless you have a symmetry breaker that's valid between two things, that like that you couldn't justify asymmetric treatment.
Yeah, but if it would be irrelevant if I assign myself more patienthood or not. If I am a moral patient of one, and I am a moral agent of one, okay, I am. So, what are my obligations other than moral system? My obligations are to carry out my wants, right? My wants ought to be carried out. Okay, that is how the system when I'm alone works, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I now have a
So you,
system. Wait, just
okay,
okay.
sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I now have this moral rule,
Yeah.
which ought to be carried out.
Yes.
Okay, I'm carrying out my desires, carrying them out, and then another person appears. What now? What changed for me? The moral imperative didn't change. The moral imperative is still to carry out my wants, right? That was the moral imperative before, and it is still the moral imperative.
Yeah.
And
Well,
now
I
there are
mean,
two
yeah,
patients,
sure.
and now there are two patients, right? Let's say that there are two patients. That means there are two patients that ought to carry out my wants.
Yes, and that's the other person is thinking the same thing.
Well, the other person, if the other person, so we uh, said that the other person is also like alone, and it's there. Let's say the universes collide. We are both alone in each of our universes, and now there are two of us. We both come with our own like imperative, moral imperative, which is in both cases that my moral cases, moral that my wishes are to be carried out. That just means that there is not one moral system, there are two moral systems.
Yeah, I think you might be confusing the wish and like the like resultant action.
Well,
So like
it is
what?
irrelevant. Like, moral imperative is that my wish
But
ought to be carried out, right? My
so,
impulse or
so it's
whatever.
even like, but it's even the way you said it. So like for instance, like you said, like first there's the impulse,
Yes.
and then you apply logic, and then that impulse becomes action.
Yeah, but you only imply action because uh, we agree that only things that ought to be carried out are impulses, right? And if I'm the only being in the universe, only I have impulses, and only my impulses are to be carried out, right?
Yeah. So then there's that's
Okay,
the
wait.
yeah.
So now we have a moral, let's call it a moral system, ethical, whatever. And what is the rule of that ethical system? It is that my wants are to be carried out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now two universes collide, and now there are two of us, and we both come from that universe with a pre-made moral system that my wish, so Adam's moral system is that Adam's wishes get carried out. Eve's are that Eve's wishes are to be carried out, and that means that there are no two. There isn't a moral system anymore. There are two moral systems,
Mm-hmm.
and that is analogous to basically a baby being born
Sure.
and coming into a world when there are billion and one moral systems, and all of them are
Mm-hmm.
internally consistent.
Well, no. So like that's the thing. So like as soon as like you go to like as soon as you're alone, right, and you have like your impulses, and then you have your logic, and then like from your logic you construct your actions, right?
Yes.
As soon as then a second person comes in, right? Then like it would be under my view, like if logic is being imported as soon as you go to translate your impulses into action, then
What
it's more
logic is being
consistent.
imported?
Logic as like a like logical consistency.
Consistency within what? Because internally, it is still internally
Well,
consistent.
I'm just saying the concept of logic, the concept of antecedent and consequent event, the concept of like post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, the concept of
Oh, that's way over my
the
head.
fallacy. Yeah, well, like sorry, like the fallacy of like you know, like all these like argumentative fallacies, just because
I
the
mean,
car is heavy doesn't mean every single part of the car is heavy, right? Like the fallacy of like composition and so on, right? Like we run through all these things that we like intuitively understand,
and what is the problem here?
and so I'm drawing a circle around all of that. And I'm calling that logic. Okay, so that is what you need to import as soon as you go to like almost as like a computer package. Like you have like these import statements at the top of every like computer program, right? So like first you import the impulse, right? You like establish this impulse object, and then you have to import logic in order to turn that impulse into like useful action. The problem is that as soon as you import that logic, right, one of the things that comes with it is logical consistency. Okay, and then logical consistency dictates that unless there's a meaningful, I guess maybe that's the way to put it, that there's a meaningful symmetry breaker between two things, you can't treat them asymmetrically. Okay, and the fact that you are you and someone else is someone else is a meaningful symmetry breaker in some contexts and isn't in others. So, like for instance, you can't read somebody else's thoughts. Like that's a meaningful symmetry breaker if the thing that you're doing like requires inference into like what somebody else is thinking. So like there it does matter. That's a lot that like somebody else isn't you, right? So like that's fine, and I understand that, and that's part of like my intuitive like understanding of like morality. But like then to treat yourself with like all of your wishes and desires to the detriment of somebody else, right, would then represent like asymmetric treatment. And so then like the question would be like, what is the justification for that asymmetric treatment when you treat yourself to the detriment of other people? Then like you could say just as easily, well, it's selfhood, right? That like selfhood as like moral patience. But the problem is that like I would just take that as like again a redefinition of special pleading, right? Like everybody has the opportunity to special plead. That's not a defense of special pleading, nor would it be a defense if like other people on some contrary view that like Eve has the ability to special plead on Eve's desires, has like a that she has that opportunity for herself that doesn't represent like a coherent, like the fact that like some contrary view could be logically inconsistent doesn't render your own logically consistent.
Yeah, but that would I think that for something like we are looking at like internal consistency, right? And for internal consistency, there need to be a case that both Eve and Adam are like internal to something, and I am arguing that they are in fact not internal to something. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that just because two of them met, that doesn't mean that two moral systems became one.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm not. That's not a requirement on my view. I'm just saying that like if Adam has some way in which he treats himself as a moral patient, and we'll just say like Eve, for all intents and purposes, is the exact more or less like similar desires to himself, right?
Yeah, but what if he treats Eve the same as a moral patient, right? He treats Eve as a moral patient under his morality, and his morality is that his wishes ought to be carried out. So when Eve refuses to carry out his wishes, he will think that as a moral patient, she wronged the morality, and as a moral agent, he will seek to punish her. And Eve will do the same thing.
So
Eve can
you made
look,
the assumption.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Eve can look at Adam as a moral patient, and when he doesn't fulfill her desires, she can seek to punish him as moral agent.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is that like you made an assumption and then you like flew right past it, which was when you said that like Adam's moral desires are such that his wishes ought to be fulfilled, right?
Well, we
Essentially,
agree that that is what, because
or
he
it's only his.
because he was in the world when only his desire existed. So there was no other desires to be fulfilled, right? And from that world, he came into the world when there are other desires, but it doesn't mean that his moral system changed and there is no reason for his moral system to change.
Why would there
Ja-
be no his circumstances change? Why would his moral system not follow suit to his like
Why it
circumstances?
would?
I mean, like if your
The-
circumstances change, then like the logic you use to like carry things out, like
But
you know, like if you change the premises, you change the
I
conclusion.
mean, logic, but there are no premises changed. His desires still exist, right?
Well, the premise changed was
What is
that
the premise? What is the premise
so
that
the
changed? So
well,
let's
the
let's
premise
let's
that
let's
changed was that like the external like there were the number of people for which there was like an external like moral consideration was empty, and now it's no longer empty.
why would that be a premise? If
Well,
that
because it
premise, I
well
mean,
because special pleading is impossible in the first case if there's only like one. There's no way to have like an asymmetry between two things if there's fewer than two things. So you can't have an asymmetry between two sets if one of the sets is empty.
okay, so a possibility of special pleading existing needs to change. Uh, sorry, needs to change. So what was valid before is not valid anymore, and I don't see why.
Because like the thing that like I mean like the assumption was that like there was no one else for which to
Well,
rely
it
on
wasn't an
sufficiently.
exception; it was the case.
Well, yeah. I mean that was the case, and now that assumption is broken when the second person comes in there. So now
Yeah, but why is that? Why is that important to the conclusion? I mean, it would be. It can simply be the case that it is trivial that somebody else is here.
yeah, well, I mean like, but and it could be if that other person like that other thing turned out to like be let's say a rock, right, or a laptop, or like maybe he thought he was interacting with somebody and like it was actually just like a speaker playing off of like a cassette tape player or something, right? And then like it turns out like that's not a person. Then like a
No,
person
I think that it doesn't really matter if he thinks that there is a person or there he doesn't. I mean, his perception is what matters. His perception is for meaningful uh, applications the truth.
yeah. Well, I guess I would just say that like I guess I don't know why you're getting like hung up on like this like transition from one to two people. Like just think about the scenario in which there is more than one person because like special pleading is impossible in a scenario where there's only one person.
Yeah, because I think that what I'm saying is analogous to basically being born and growing up.
Okay. Like so yeah, when you're born, like you come into a world.
Yeah, you come into the world, you only have your desires, you're unable to comprehend desires of others, so they almost don't exist.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Like here, it's so like the problem is that like when you're born, you don't have logic or the ability to comprehend logic because you don't have like the brain structure or the ability to comprehend morality because you don't have the brain structure.
Yeah,
So
but
like,
uh, it, I mean, it is irrelevant for your action if you can comprehend logic or not. Like babies can carry out actions, right? I mean, if you said that logic is required to carry out actions, and babies obviously carry out actions.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, like that's not. I think that's like a That's like a continuum fallacy. So like basically, like obviously the thing is like in the other concept is like when you have like some cognitive approach where you're actually like turning your like you know like the baby's actions are like accordingly extremely simplistic because there's like not the logical framework there to like even understand antecedent and consequent events.
Well, babies. I will admit personally I don't have much interaction with babies, but I know that babies, for instance, uh, reach for things that they want to grab.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like if you want to grab something, you need to reach for it, right? That is a pretty clear example that they understand uh, cause and
yeah, but I
effect,
mean
let's
like
say.
but like yeah yeah but when you're first born like you don't even have that
Well,
like
when you are
or
first,
you're
let's
or when you're like gestating right like you don't even have like that ability.
yeah, but even if you're like, uh, I don't believe that babies like they are like I don't know how young they start to reach, but even then they are completely selfish and don't care about their own wants.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case,
I don't know. Like, so what I'm saying is like I think that this is a thing that's like I don't know. Like, I don't think that this is going to get us to like
yeah, yeah, yeah. But
understand the
this was
logical.
the I have a feeling that this discussion is about to end, but this was the like the most stimulating discussion I had in like years.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah. Likewise. Yeah. I really because this is just like an idea that like I've thought of, and like I want to test this idea. But like people don't generally like express like moral nihilism or like I don't know. Usually they like run away. But like I don't know. That would just be like my argument is that like if or I don't know. That's like sort of been like my idea is that like if you have like some idea that's like something like humans don't have or like nobody has any moral consideration, that like you break that by having moral agency, and then as soon as you have moral agency, like you're your own moral patient, like then there's no reason, there's no like symmetry breaker that we should have between like ourselves and other people, and like as soon as you accept that, then like by definition we have to extend like moral rights to other people.
Yeah, but the problem is in this idea that you have is that I only see that there. I don't think that morality is, or if we say that what our wishes ought to be, and that is the moral prerogative. I don't think that that ever changes. I think that only thing that you do is that you, and even if you expand moral patienthood to others, the goal of the morality doesn't change. The goal of morality stays the same, but you are just, as a moral agent, unhappy with a bunch of stupid uh, moral patients which don't carry out their duty under the morality, their obligation. So what you do
Oh yeah, yeah.
after you
So
don't, because you don't have power over them, to punish them, you basically use manipulation as a moral
yeah,
agent to get your
sure.
uh,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
to
No,
and you use manipulation as a moral agent to get your moral patients to carry out their moral obligation, and their moral obligation is to fulfill the wishes of you.
yeah, yeah. I mean, but the thing is that like I yeah, so I understand and like so that's why like I mentioned in some cases like it is like a really important symmetry breaker that like other people aren't you, and so like for instance the entire branch of game theory is essentially just like the study of how that symmetry breaker matters.
Yeah, I heard a debate with one guy who said that not I, but as me, but I as a concept, it doesn't exist, that there is no I, and that he is same as everything else. And yet, when we agreed on the time for the debate, only he showed up and nobody else. So, uh, yeah,
Yeah,
so
well, I mean, I don't know. I guess I need to like think a little bit more about like how to.
Yeah, I
how to think about this.
when I the problem is that all of these systems, like moral systems, that I usually use this for like moral realisms, arguments like rights and so on. I always ask, okay, so how did that system came to be? And for me, in this case of like single system, it is obvious how it came to be. It came to be with the being coming into this world, and okay, what is the system? And that is the point that the system creates, right? When the first desires began. And because that is the only mechanism that we agreed that oughts can be created, and that oughts are to fulfill your that you ought to fulfill uh, impulses, because like biological reasons, right? You're biologically
Right.
conditioned to do so, and only impulses that there are yours. So that is the moral imperative. The moral imperative is to go with your impulses, and with your and when you mature, you see, okay, that you can say that this is also a moral agent, not agent, but a moral patient. Okay, there is no difference between me and him, so he is ought to fulfill my uh, impulses, because that is a moral imperative. That is what I'm programmed to do. And if we expand that, everybody is to fulfill. And I would agree in that case that there is no difference between even human animals or plants. They are all moral patients, and they all ought to fulfill my wishes. And if they don't, I will, as a moral agent, take steps to see that moral obligations are fulfilled.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, but the moral agenthood of like, or like the moral patienthood of plants would just be like, trivial,
But
right?
yeah,
Like,
but everybody's moral agents would be trivial, because everybody's all other than those who are willing to fulfill my wishes, because those moral patients would be in accordance with morality, and all others wouldn't.
yeah. I mean, but the thing is that like there do exist like real symmetry breakers for like, for instance, like jellyfishes, for instance.
No, no.
Um,
I mean, if jellyfish does not want to fulfill my, uh, even if there is no like meaningful, even if you say, uh, even if you say that there aren't moral patients, there is basically no difference between jellyfish and a person not fulfilling my wishes. They are both equally at fault. I mean, one is morally at fault, one is not morally at fault, but the difference is trivial. The simplest thing is that I will both I will both ensure or try to ensure that they carry out my wishes, that my impulses towards them or that they can influence are carried out, and they do, they both play their role.
but the jellyfish has no moral agency.
But it is moral agency is irrelevant to moral patienthood.
Yeah, yeah. But well, I mean, like also like the moral patienthood of a jellyfish is like trivial because it doesn't have any like nociception or limbic system or even like nervous system.
Yeah, but it again, it is all of this is basically trivial. The only thing is that this
But the moral
idea of
patienthood of
yours
a human
is a
is
bit iffy, right? Even if I can expand, like even if I lodge for the sake of logic, expand others to to be moral agents, moral patients. That just means that when they don't do what I want, is that they aren't carry out their moral duties, their moral obligations.
yeah. Well, the thing is that like it's just but I guess like you're just looking at it in terms of like their moral agenthood, in terms of like their lack of special pleading, but I just don't understand why you're not extending that to moral patienthood. Like you're saying that like yourself is the moral patient from all of their
No,
moral
no, there is no
obligations.
special pleading. Both they and I have the same moral obligation. There is no special pleading.
Yeah, but like again, they think the same thing, except the jellyfish, which doesn't think
Well,
the
they are
same thing.
wrong in thinking that. They are morally wrong in thinking. They don't understand the point of the moral system. And if they understand or don't understand the point of the moral system, it is irrelevant to their adherence to it, right? The not knowing the laws is not protection against breaking them.
Yeah, but like still, like again, you're glossing over the fact that like your own, like your wishes inform like your decisions,
Yeah,
and
and other
okay,
ones
one
should as well. Like they should all
yeah,
fulfill my wishes.
okay, right, but like I'm separating out decisionhood and like moral patiency,
But you
like because
can't. But you can't because we already agreed that the only thing that can be argued that is all you ought to do is to fulfill your wish. And there is only thing that, and you said that there is no
right, but
difference, and only that. So this is the only. So I think that we found the only internally consistent moral framework, and that is that everybody should fulfill your wish.
right, but like the thing is though that like the my like from my point of view, my desires being fulfilled is no different. Like I don't like if I see another person, like again, like if there's no major difference between me and them, such as like they are an infant or something, right? Or like they're elderly and have dementia, or like they're a rock, that like if I look at them and they appear to be like neurologically similar to myself, then there's no reason that I should be the only person with moral consideration.
Well, you aren't the only person that has moral consideration. You both have moral consideration. It is the question of what is your moral obligation, right?
Right. So
And
like
only thing that we and we agree that only thing that can be a moral obligation is for your own wishes to be carried out. There is no other moral obligation that you have. You can only have moral obligations to yourself, right? And that
well,
means that everybody can only have moral obligations to yourself, and not to
well
them, but to you.
I like well, so I'm like categorically disagreeing with that. Like what I'm labeling as like moral
Now
patienthood
you are
is
special pleading.
no, like so the thing is that like what I'm defining as like moral patienthood
No,
is
no, no, no.
actually
First we need to decide what is morality. So what we are to do. That is what morality is. So what we are to do. Tell me.
well like whatever it is that you want to like talk about in terms of like let's say some sort of like maximization of well-being or whatever, like if
Well,
you're a consequential
why are we ought to maximize well-being?
well so like you think about that in terms of yourself.
Oh, I think you're backpedaling. I think we agreed. Uh, Basically, I will also like to like shorten this conversation, but
Yeah,
we agreed that only the things that there are oughts for are biological impulses, right? There are no other oughts. The only thing that you only have desire to fulfill your because basically that is how you are
those are the only
biologically
moral
programmed.
primitives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there are nothing else. So if you only have, if that is the simple moral prerogative is to fulfill your oughts, and there is no difference between you and everybody else because there will be special pleading, that just means that everybody is ought to fulfill your wish.
Well, the your wish part is the
Yeah, because that is because my wish is the only thing that ought to be fulfilled, and that is the only thing.
but
And
why? That's that why would
because
it
we all
be
agree that it is the only ought that exists, we didn't agree that any other oughts exist.
well the thing is that like as soon as you go and make that statement though, like that's the thing is like so you have like these moral primitives which are like your biological imperatives or whatever.
But we all agree that there's the only thing that moral primitives are the only thing
Yeah,
that
yeah, but
exists.
the
There
fact
are no other
but
moral.
Yeah, the problem is that like you as a rational thinking person, as soon as you go to translate that into action, you require logic to do that.
Yes, yes, I do. And if I want
And
to reach as a baby, if I want to reach as a
well,
baby and touch a
I would
thing,
I would
everybody
still
needs to help me reach that thing because I want to reach it. And everybody should use logic, so my mommy should come and lower that so I can reach it because I want to reach it.
yeah.
And
Well, I don't know. Let's leave like babies out of this because like
no, we can't leave
rational.
babies out of this.
Well,
Because they
why
are
can't
rational,
rational
right?
agent?
But they are. You said that it requires rationality, logic to carry out action, and babies carry out actions, right?
Well, yeah, but you could be doing it with like shitty logic. So, like for instance, you might not realize that like what you're doing is like, you know, like the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, right? Like plenty of people don't, or plenty of people don't understand falsifiability. But like that's shitty reasoning. But like let's assume that you have good reasoning. Like, you know what I mean?
I
Why
would.
should we like put ourselves into like a situation where it's like we're locked into like shitty reasoning?
I don't know. Why should we?
Yeah, exactly. So like let's talk about
I
like
don't know
examples
why
of
we
like
should. So why shouldn't
well
we? I mean, you understand what I'm saying.
no,
There is no
I'm
reason
just
to
talking
do
about like in
either
terms
to
of
do
like
it or not to do it.
you know well I'm saying that like if we just like consider for a moment like a rational person because like
What a rational person means.
I mean like somebody who has like a like a rational agency
What does
considered like
what does that mean? How do you interpret that something is rational and that something else isn't?
like something like like that a person like is interested in like having their conclusions follow from their premises and behave in like a way that's like in accordance with like the rules of logic.
Yeah,
Because if we talk,
you in that case,
because
like
we
nobody is like not nobody, but 99.999% of everything is not rational.
yeah, I mean, like, I think that like you could set up like a continuum where it's like pretty obvious that like most people are, you know,
How is it obvious?
oh, I'm just like creating like a hypothetical rational agent here. Like, so I'm just allowed to pick like we have like we just let's assume that we have
Okay,
like
how does that rational agent looks like? How can I be sure that he's how? I mean, this is what I'm asking. How can I know that this thing that I'm constructing is an irrational agent and not just me asserting that it is a rational agent?
oh, I mean like that it follows like the rules of logic.
And what are the rules of logic?
I mean, you're just like asking about like epistemic like primitives.
I am asking you to do whatever, describe this agent to me. So what does it mean to follow the rules of logic? How can I,
Um,
if I find that agent, how would I know that he's rational?
well, I mean that's the thing is that like you wouldn't like it's like I'm just like creating like a conceptualization like just like for instance like the conceptualization of like a cube.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is just
you can
so I'm
describe a
I'm just
cube, and if I find some, I would know that it is a cube. How? So
right. Well,
describe this agent to me.
right. Well, the thing is that like nothing that you find is like technically a true cube, right? Because a cube is like a mathematical approximation, and like so things that are like
Okay, so what you are now saying is that rational agent does not exist.
well,
So
I'm just creating a hypothetical rational agent. Like so let's create like a hypothetical rational agent, right? Like and is like a person that's like interested in like having their own like desires fulfilled, and like they also have the rational assumption that like other people have like no difference in like if we have them interact with like a second rational agent, that like they would understand that like that other person is a is like not any different than themselves in any like significant way for any of the inferences that are required, and then like all you would need to do then is just simply ask why they should consider their own desires and not consider both people's desires.
Yeah, it is good.
With
It is a good question. Why should they consider their own desires?
well, because like so you have to by your own very like definition
I
of
mean,
like
yeah, you
what
have to
reason,
yours. You don't have to others. You just have to do yours.
right? But
And
like
that is
you
like
are your
special
own.
pleading, right? That you have to do yours and not the others.
Yes.
Okay, so if only
Um,
thing, only moral system that can exist under the special pleading, because you don't have to. So you are not ought to fulfill the other's desire. You are only ought to fulfill your own desire. So it is impossible to have a consistent moral system.
well, I mean, like the thing is that like you can only fulfill your own desires,
I mean,
right?
yeah, we agree on that.
Your decisions are by definition the thing that you want to do,
Yes,
but
and
like but the thing is that like you give yourself moral consideration by definition,
yeah,
right?
I
You have
mean,
an
I don't give myself. I give everybody moral consideration if I consider them part of the moral system. But the moral system is because moral system is what you ought to do, and we agree that you ought to fulfill your wishes, and there is no ought in you fulfilling the other wishes, right? Only yours. So
right.
whatever,
So
what
the
only
question
things
is
that
why.
changes is who are the numbers of moral agents, moral patients, but the goal, what is ought to be done, doesn't change, because you don't have obligations to others. You only have obligations to yourself. And
Right. But the question is why though? Like why would you not like include the other people as like having the same
no, it's
wishes?
not why wouldn't you. Why would you? And I don't see a reason to do it. I mean,
Well,
I
because
there,
because again, because like according to the rules of logic that we like established,
but
like
no.
a
Look,
special pleading carries the burden of proof.
yes.
You can't.
So, but only thing that can exist is a special pleading. I mean, only so it is impossible for moral system to exist which does not include special pleading, because the only thing that you ought to do, and we agreed on this, is to fulfill your own wishes, and because it is only your own wishes, and you are no different from anybody else, that is special pleading, right? So every
Well,
moral system, if
well,
you want to,
not necessarily because your wish could be for somebody else to have.
no, you can only have, it is again only your wish, right?
Yeah, but your wish could
So
be
it
like
is
for somebody else
special
to be a moral
pleading. It is
patient.
only your wish that is to be fulfilled. It is a special pleading again. So either either we agreed that because it is only thing that can be done and it is not other things that can be done. So it is not a special pleading because there is nothing else that can be done. It is only it is the only thing that you ought to do. Uh, so either everybody has moral obligation to fulfill your wish, or every single system that exists is illogical or more logically inconsistent and is therefore not to be followed. So either one of those have to be the case.
Yeah, I think that you just like might be confusing like what I mean in terms of like moral patienthood.
Yeah, I'm I'm maybe not well familiar with the term in propositional logic, but I'm well familiar with terms like moral patienthood.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like maybe it's a different word that we're like seeking here, but there's like some sort of thing. Like let's just assume because it's the easiest to like talk about in
And I
terms
will
of like
have to
well
like
being.
go in like few minutes, so just
Yeah,
closing
yeah,
statements.
same. But like what I mean in terms of that is just like well being maximization of some type. Like let's say you were espousing consequentialism, which I don't, but like let's say that we did, just because it's the easiest thing to explain. That like you're like you have let's say you're alone and you have some desire and then you want to like maximize your own well-being like some metric, and then what happens is that then like a second person comes along, right, and like you still only have your desires, right, but the question is like why should it be that your own well-being is the thing that is maximized? Like so yes you still have like your desires, so like there's that in that concept, that terms of like moral agency, right? That like you only have like agency over yourself, and that like I categorically accept. But then like the patienthood is just simply like the person for whom like you have that moral consideration, that for which like the end is the like maximization of their well-being by some metric. And so then like the question would be, so like as soon as you go to, and the thing is that as soon as you go to like use your brain to like apply any action towards like the maximization of any kind of well-being, then like you instantly run into like logical consistency tests, right? And if there's like no inconsistency, if there's no like inconsistent like characteristics between you and the other person, there's no reason that like your well-being should be maximized over theirs, unless like you start to get into like game theory, for instance, which would be like the ways in which like the fact that like you don't have control over them like changes these sorts of like moral calculus questions.
Okay, now I will give my
Does
clo-
that kind of
I
does that kind of make sense?
no. I mean, the problem is that I see it, and it's like part of my closing statement, and after that I will be gone. Um I maximization of utility is, I think, even though it may truly be true, I think that it is used specifically to obfuscate the true point, and the only thing that can you can say that is that you ought to carry out, and that is your own personal desires and impulses. So it is not about maximizing your own personal utility, but to fulfilling your uh, wishes, because you are not doing long-term calculus if you don't want, if that is not your highest wish. You only go with your highest wish at any given point. Um, and if you go that way, then it is still the case that either everybody is a moral agent or a patient, or it actually doesn't matter in this system, and they all have the obligation to carry out the moral imperative, and that is to fulfill your wish, or every single moral system that can be conceived, and that there is only one, because there is only one ought, and that is that you ought fulfill your own wish, is special pleading, and therefore it is irrelevant. And that would be it. That is my closing statement, and I will now stop the recording.
Okay, cool. So, well, it was a pleasure talking.